No, no. We're distracted on the camera and we are live streaming. Yes, so there's a need for you. Eight of this, right? Wanafanya innovation kama hii wamefanya wanasoma ndio tunataka ufikiriwe kama mchezaji. So problem gani ni source alafu
Now, sorry. I'll write you. And because we are an East African innovation release, we have worked on schools in data, but in Kenya, that's why it's and now university. So just on the intense. Now you had the idea. Let's go for mistake. Let's provide mentor. Exposure. Yes. Yes. Very good. Yes. Exposure. Yeah. So this is very commendable. Congratulations. Yeah. Yeah. This year. I'll write you. Kenya wengi sana wengine hata wako pale kidogo Yeah. So what's the next step for them? After we think they'll go for university. For them, this is going to university. Maybe in future we will come back to our university. Yes, because we are the ones who are. Yeah, university professor. We don't have if we should have many undergraduate, then continue with the innovation there. Yeah, it's amazing. Innovators, the winners. What's the name of the competition? Doctor, what's the name of the competition? The name of the competition? It is a biofuel competition. Biofuel. Biofuel STEM competition. It's only this one was focused to biofuel. But it's the whole project is STEM motivation for young scientists. Yeah. STEM, you know STEM? Yes. Yes. The way to go. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Almost. Yeah. Right. Okay, I'm ready to explain. Where can I sit here? Nikimaliza na huyu bwana naweza nikapeleka kwa Kenya bwana. Sawa. Nani last? Waje vijana wangu bwana. Ana mimi kijana wangu barusha yamehesabiwa. Yamehesabiwa. Unataka kuhesabu primary. Yako matano tu. Umetoa nje hapo. Nani alileta maji? Anataka kuleta maji hapa nani wapushi. Niko na wateja hapa. Anashikilia pela kwa nini? Nataka kujaza maji hivi watu waje watajua ni hili. Huyu mwenyewe hajaona hata wewe anazungumza pia lete maji hapa. Na kule ni chakula. Wameshasema muda. Kule unaweza kupata maji kule. Chakula pia. Wewe tukimaliza hapa. Tumaliza na wewe. Wewe baki hapo kutoka kwenye pesa. Siondoke. Anatoje huyu bwana. Okay. Anataka kusikiliza. Boss ondoke. Eneo lako hili. Yeah. We almost. You almost? Yeah. Okay. So, mnataka niongee lugha gani? Lugha gani? English au Kiswahili? English. Lakini hawa wataongea Kiswahili. It's okay kama for them it's Swahili. For me English. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah, my name is Dr. Michael Emmanuel Haule. The Manager of Internationalization Management at the Nelson Mandela. But I'm here at these exhibitions under the Nelson Mandela at this APPPF event or forum. With me, we have several, the booth here. We have the intention to motivate the young scientists from primary school and secondary schools before they go to our side of the university, the Nelson Mandela and other universities. And here there are kind of a demonstration on how to get the biofuel from our locally available resources. And we have like a setup or like a prototype on how you can get the biogas from this setup here. My young brother here is going to explain in Swahili later on. And also we have now how these the biogas have been extracted from the local available material here. He is going to mention the names here, Eric and Ismail there, in order to get this extracted oil or the biofuel, the diesel. So the whole idea here is to motivate these young scientists to be innovative right from when they are still very young. And when they go for university, these things are familiar to them, and we try to solve the challenges of many problems
to bring solutions to our problems in our Africa, in this land which we all are in. And without wasting more time, I hand over my mic to my young brother here, Ismail. Please, elezea hii kitu inafanyaje kazi huko unachukuliwa kwenye picha. Asante.
Majina ni Ismail Thomas, ni mwanafunzi darasa la 7 katika shule ya msingi Nambala kutoka halmashauri ya wilaya ya Meru, mkoa wa Arusha. Huu ndo mtambo wa biogas. Hapa hii ndio bomba linalotumika kusafirisha malighafi kwenda kwenye sehemu inayotumika kuchakata gesi, na hii ndio mpare au panel inayotumika kumiminia malighafi ili kwenda kwenye sehemu inayotumika kuchakata gesi. Huu ndio mpira unaotumika kusafirisha gesi iliyochakatwa kwenda kwenye sehemu inayotumika kuhifadhia gesi, na hii ndio koki inayoruhusu gesi kutoka kwenda kwenye sehemu inayohifadhi gesi. Hii ndio koki ya gesi, na kama ukiwasha itaruhusu gesi kutoka na moto unaweza kuwaka kwa ajili ya matumizi. Na hii ndio bomba inayotumika kusafirisha malighafi zinazotumika kwenda kwenye shimo la kuhifadhia malighafi zinazotumika kuzalisha gesi. Na hii nimetumia kama shimo ambayo inaweza kuhifadhi malighafi ambazo zimetumika kutengenezea gesi.
Okay. Now this is Ismail at the level of primary school. Now we go to Eric at the level of secondary school, and he's going to explain briefly here how this science is working to get the biofuel from the locally available material, these cotton seeds. Karibu.
Kwa majina naitwa Eric Vincent kutoka Kisimiri, halmashauri ya wilaya ya Meru, mkoani Arusha. Kwa hapa hivi project yangu ni kuhusu kutengeneza biodiesel kutoka kwenye cotton megalocarpus seeds ambazo ni locally available seeds. They are just useless in the environment. Hizi seeds zenyewe zina high content ya energy in them. Kwa tunaweza kutengeneza biofuels ambapo kwa small scale extraction ya biofuel unazicollect seeds zako, then unaondoa peels, then zinakuwa katika this way. Then unafanya crushing and grinding ili kupata powder yake, unga wake. Then ili kuextract mafuta kuja kwenye level hii, kutoka hapa unachokifanya ni unatengeneza solution ya hizi seeds. Then unaadi maji kwenye hii powder. After then una boil to about 60 degrees Celsius. After boiling to that degree Celsius, una remove the solution, then left ile residue kwenye bika yako. Ile solution unayochukua unaiboil again, unaboil mara ya pili, ambapo ukiboil mara ya pili unasubiri mpaka yale mafuta yako ambayo unayataka kama hivi ya seto juu, yanakuwa juu, after then ile residue itabaki chini. Sasa unafanya continuous ili kupata kwa kiasi chochote ambacho unataka cha mafuta yako. After then ili kupata biodiesel yenyewe ambayo itatumika ku drive engines, unachotakiwa kufanya ni process ya mwisho ambayo ni transesterification, ambayo yenyewe ni adding ya mixing oil, sodium hydroxide ambayo ni strong base, na methanol au ethanol ambayo ni alcohol. Utaad kwenye oil. Then after unatakiwa ku still for about 15 minutes. Ku still ile solution yako ambayo utakuwa umeadd alcohol na strong base. After then unachokiobtain pale ndo biodiesel yenyewe ambayo itaenda kutumika katika ku drive engines na matumizi yote ambayo yanahitaji hizo fuels like that, ambayo itakuwa ni kama alternative ya diesels na petrols ambazo zipo sasa hivi kwenye zinazotumika kwenye sheli na mambo kama hayo, ili kupunguza ile tatizo la mlipuko wa bei ya petrols and diesels. So hii project itasaidia katika kupunguza tatizo la mlipuko wa bei ya fuels, na pia itasaidia katika kama ikitengenezwa zikiwa industries za namna hii za kutengeneza biodiesels from cotton seeds, itakuwa ni kama source employment, kwa sababu zitakuwepo industry, watu watakuwepo kuchakata hizi seeds wa collect na kila namna. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni kama source ya employment, pia itatengeneza biodiesel kufidia hilo tatizo la mlipuko wa bei ya mafuta.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you heard, the whole idea is innovation from the young scientists, but again, the idea is to solve the challenges, bring solutions, but again, it create employment for people, especially around various cities and many areas. So, and this is the process from primary, secondary, and then to university. Thank you very much.
Who can explain for us here?
Na hii yote iko chini ya Mandela University. Yaani Mandela ndio inaingia wote mpaka kule.
Uta explain that, eh? Utasimama pale.
Okay. Okay. Tunaanza kuelezea kwa Mandela ni nini? Okay. Okay. Sawa. Pale. Simama baba. Yeah, jina langu naitwa Mr. Nandi. Ni representative wa Mandela katika maonyesho haya ya 12 ya APPPF, lakini ningependa kwanza nielezee chuo cha Mandela, or I would like to speak about the Mandela University or Mandela Institution. Mandela Institution is an institution that dealing with the science and technology based on Tengeru, Arusha, and invitees all the qualification students for science, and we are registered by TCO. And our register number is 028 NMIST. It was registered in 2009. And our vision, it is to networking Pan-Africanism institution of science and technology in state across the Southern Africa. Mandela, we are dealing with incubation and innovations. And we offer the different masters and degree and PhD degree or postgraduate degree. We are dealing with science in health and biometric science, and science in biodiversity and ecosystem and management. And for the time being, here in these exhibitions, we have a lot of product here. And I think my colleague will explain a little more. But here you see here, it is a product of shoes. But these shoes are made by the trees, not normal things, as we know. But this is a trees material. So my colleague will explain about how they will make it trees to become shoes. Please come in.
Okay. So this product is an innovative product. This is a product which assists to turn in leather from the original point. You can see the low leather, which is used to be turned in to leather products such as shoes, handbags, pockets, among other stuff. Now, the whole process of turning in leather was a result of this innovation, which was made by Dr. Cecilia in line with the assistance of Nelson Mandela. So they discovered that turning in low leather into this kind of leather, these stuffs, must pass through a low product made from natural resources such as trees. So trees are used as agency to reshape the leather into products that can be used to be wear, torn, among other stuffs. So all these products is a result of this innovation. It is called the APPPF Organic Leather Initiative, which turn low leather, as you can see there. You see low leather there. So in an industrial mechanism, this product would assist this leather to be like this leather and all among other stuffs. So this is one among the mechanism that was done. An idea started from a point of thesis from a student. So a student from an ideation was assisted by Nelson Mandela from an incubation center to come with these products. So this product is a result of initiative was noted from the idea that was developed by a student in Nelson Mandela into the product. So the product now are in commercialization stage. Thank you so very much. In addition, if there are other addition, the order can add.
Okay, thank you so much. In addition, this chemical, this is organic materials which is available in our environment. This is a tree. Advantage of it, it is safe for environment and the human health. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Mandela.
Welcome to Mandela.
Give them the mic.
I don't know whether they want Swahili or English.
You talk what else, yeah?
Huh? Yeah, so you are most welcome to the booth of the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network. This is a network of quality assurance practitioners within the East African Higher Education community, common higher education area. So it is constituted by members from the specific country chapters in each of the partner states. As you can see, this is the regional network, the East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network that was established in 2012. And then the members that constitute the regional network, they come from the specific country chapters. We have the Kenya Universities Quality Assurance Network. We have the Tanzanian Universities Quality Assurance Forum. We have the Rwanda Higher Education Quality Assurance Network. We have the Ugandan Universities Quality Assurance Forum. We have the Burundi Quality Assurance Network. And then we have quality assurance practitioners in Southern Sudan. They are still organizing themselves to come up with a chapter. And also very soon we'll have the same in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So what is the mandate? Our core mandate, as you are aware, the theme of this forum, of the 12th academia public-private partnership, is on employability of the graduates. Now, behind that, for them to be employable, they have to be fit for a purpose. They have to respond to the skills needs, and therefore the aspect of ensuring the quality of the graduates. So our core mandate is to develop and promote quality assurance culture a culture, mila. Ukisema mila ya hapa ni university, mila zetu hapa, desturi zetu ni ubora, ubora wa elimu, the quality of these graduates. So this is our mandate. With me here, we have the Vice President of TUCAF, the Tanzanian Universities Equality Assurance Forum. We have the Vice President of the East African Equality Assurance Network. We have the Secretary General of the Equality Assurance Network, and we have the Secretary for Finance. We also have our members of the executive who are following virtually. The way the IACAN is constituted, we have the executive committee with members coming from each member state. And therefore, the way you see us four here, I am the president, I am from Rwanda, the vice president from Kenya, the secretary of finance from Uganda, the secretary general from the United Republic of Tanzania. And then we have country representatives from all the member states. Okay. So we are so much happy that we are part of this exhibition. And what we have shown where have we come from, what have we been able to do. As you can see, members meet, they have to meet, because as you will agree, our membership is remote. Okay, is remote. When people learned from COVID experience of working remotely, the IACAN had started that long time ago, because our members don't live in one location. So that one is one strength. And then two, the multiplication of the quality assurance practices, because the Inter-University Council for East Africa coordinates the development of the regional guidelines, the quality assurance tools, but they have to be implemented to achieve quality graduates. So it is the mandate of these networks, the country chapters, to make sure in each of the institutions we are there to develop and promote the culture of ensuring quality. Yeah, so in general, that's our core space. And since our establishment, we have done several things. One thing that we must do annually, we convene, we have a regional quality assurance forum. So far, we have held 11 conferences. The last one was here in the in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam. Then this year we are having the 12th Equality Assurance Forum, and it will take place in September. So soon we'll be communicating to members with all the different, the different requirements. We'll come up with a theme and then invitation to present, etc. And then the other activity that we do, as I've already said, the multiplication of best practices. And that one is mainly done by the quality, the national chapters. So maybe here, if you allow, I may give the vice president of TUCAF to say something what they do. Yeah, because they are the main host here. And then maybe we take it from there. Mr. Vice President.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Dr. Abdallah, the president of East African Higher Education Quality Assurance Network. I'm the vice chairperson of the Tanzania University Quality Assurance Forum. As the country chapter, we meet annually once, and our main task is to coordinate quality assurance forums, providing support to quality assurance officers and the practitioners of all higher education institutions in Tanzania. We are meeting once in one location, sharing experiences, challenges concerning the quality of our education in Tanzania. We are also providing support to quality assurance officers. So as a country chapter, we are also responsible in enhancing quality education in the region. So now let me give to Secretary General.
Thank you.
Thank you. The two speakers have covered everything, but all in all, those country chapters, they work very closely with national commissions of quality assurance. In Tanzania, we are very close with the TCU. and other countries the same. So the mandate of IACAN is just coordination and to make into practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe finally, as you are aware, we are in a global village. So the IACAN, it actually also works with other networks beyond the ESC. So we work with the networks in different regions, okay, in the different linguistic zones of Africa, the French-speaking, the Lusophone, the Arab network. So we are really focused at national, regional, but also continental and even global. So I don't know if there's something my colleagues want to add. Otherwise, we thank you for this opportunity to share with you, and we invite you to join the media. Everybody is, whatever one is doing, he or she is responsible for. See how you
Any contact zenu yeah.
Explain.
Yeah.
Okay. Explain everything and show us the whole.
English. Okay. Leather technology ni moja ya masomo ambayo tunatoa DIT na haya yanapatikana kwenye campus yetu ya Mwanza. Na hapa tunaona hatua mbalimbali ambazo ngozi inapita kutoka kwa mfugaji mpaka kiwandani kwenye tannery na mwishoni unaenda kwenye kutengeneza bidhaa. Na moja ya ubunifu ambao tumekuja nao ni kwa kutengeneza ngozi kutoka kwenye samaki. Tumezoea kwa kawaida ngozi zinatengenezwa kutoka kwenye mifugo kama ng'ombe, mbuzi na kondoo. Lakini kwa sasa tumekuja na ubunifu pia wa kutengeneza ngozi kutoka kwenye samaki, kwa maana ni moja ya rasilimali ambayo inapatikana kwa wingi sana nchini mwetu, na ngozi kama hii hapa imetokana na samaki aina ya sangara na ina ubora ambao unalingana sawa na ngozi zingine za ng'ombe
na mbuzi, na inafaa kutengeneza bidhaa mbalimbali kama mikanda, mikoba, na pia unaweza kutengeneza kiatu kutokana na ngozi hizi za samaki. Asante.
Hajaniambia tena. Miss Juliet, mimi ni mwanafunzi toka DIT Siemens Lab. Okay, hapa mbele yetu kuna traffic light. Hii tunaita intelligence traffic light controller. Hii ni traffic light ambayo ina operate under mode 5. Ya kwanza ni traffic light ya kawaida ambayo tumeshaizoea tunaitumiaga kila siku. Then ya pili ni tunaita emergency traffic light. Hii ina operate usiku. Kwa nini usiku? Okay. Ya pili tumesema inaita emergency traffic light. Emergency traffic light hii ina operate kwenye magari emergency. Mfano, magari ya polisi, ambulance na magari mengine kama fire. Hii ina operate na kwamba kutakuwa kuna chip zinawekwa kwenye hayo magari. Hayo magari yatakuwa yakianza route, dereva anaonyesha kwamba naanza route muda fulani, nitatumia njia gani. Kwa hiyo zitakapozidi kuja karibia na traffic lights, kinachofanyika kwamba hizo traffic lights zitakuwa zina turn green kumruhusu apite. Nyingine ni sensor. Hii sensor inatumika usiku, kwamba usiku tunavyojua usiku hamna magari mengi yanapita. Kwa hiyo gari ikiwa linakuja, badala lisubiri kwamba mizunguko ya taa yote ndio ije kumruhusu, kinachofanya kwamba yeye itakuwa ina sensor ya kwanza na ataruhusiwa yeye wa kwanza kupita. First come first serve. Nyingine tunaona nini ni sequential. Sequential hii inafanya kazi upande ukiwa kuna heavy traffic. Mfano, kwa Dar tunajua kwamba muda saa 2, saa 12 kuna heavy traffic. Saa 12 mara nyingi sababu ni magari yanatoka wapi kama malori hivi huwa yanaruhusiwa kuingia. Na saa 2 ni magari ya watu wanatoka makazini, kwa kunakuwa na heavy traffic. Hii ina operate na wewe kwamba hii ikiruhusu na huyu hapa itaruhusu. Kwamba hapa katikati kutakuwa hamna jam, kwamba sio kwamba itakuwa imeruhusiwa imefika sehemu imesimama. Katikati tutakuwa hamna jam. Okay. Nyingine ambayo ni mode ya mwisho inaitwa ni camera. Hii camera ina operate in a way kwamba ina two function, kwamba ya kwanza itakuwa ni security. In case of chochote, camera itakuwa imecatch. Na nyingine ni upande wa kuangalia sehemu gani kuna magari mengi au jam nyingi. Mfano, magari yakiwa upande huu ni mwingi, basi hiyo kamera itapeleka information kwamba kwenye taa zingine kwamba upande huu magari ni mengi, kwa hiyo tuongeze muda wa taa kuwaka. Kwa hivyo ndo nani yetu itakapo function, na kwa kufunction hivi ina maana kwamba tutapunguza jam barabarani. Asante.
My name is Rafael Katende. I'm a student.
Unatuonesha kila kitu, how it works, unataja jina lako kamili, where you're from.
member from automatic irrigation system, which is aimed to work on plantation, large farms, large scale farming. The control center consists of the PLC, which receives the moisture data from the farm and computes the amount of water to be irrigated in the farms. Now, at the farm, we implement a grid of sensors, moisture sensors, to detect the amount of moisture. Then the information is relayed to the PLC in the control center. Then it actuates the appropriate measure to irrigate the farm. Now, the improved performance at this control center, it supports web service, whereas you can access and control the whole system from a remote location, be it at your home or farmhouse or anywhere from the world. As I can demonstrate operating it from the phone. Now here from the phone, I can switch the control center, which allows the whole operation to start. Yes. Okay. From this portal, I can access the machine and turn it on as I've controlled it from my phone, switching on the motor, which allows which pumps the water to the farms. Also, I can turn it off from my phone, switching off the system. Also, that is how we can control the system from a remote device without being present at the farm where the control center is installed. Thank you. Next. English. So, what is there another machine like you can in the market?
Hello, my name is Florence Sakaya. I'm from the AT Design Studio, the Islam Institute of Technology, and I'm with my friend.
My name is Joshua Macha, and I'm also from the Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology at the IT Design Studio.
We are both in mechanical department, and before you, we have made a 3D printer.
As you can see here, in front of you is a custom-made 3D printer, which has been made by us. And this is a machine that is used to create 3D objects in 3D dimensions. So as you can see here is our prototype, and we are at a final stage. This machine is able to produce parts that can be used in institutes, colleges, and also in industries. And its importance is that it can produce machine parts, teaching models, example, these ones that can be used, and other products can be manufactured in industries.
The additive manufacturing that our 3D printer does, it uses the plastic materials, which means the last product or prototype or models that are produced here are in 3D and plastic material. So this is a simple simulation of our product, of our model, which we are in our final stage of our production, but to the point, it really works. And we have just find our trial printing that we are already producing some parts, and the real parts that can be produced seems like this. So
the success that we had in making a 3D printer machine in comparison with the ones that in the market is our machine is cost effective. The estimation cost for the final product of a machine will be about 600 USD, while the one in the market is about 1,200 USD. So you can see that our final product will be about half the product, half the cost of the one that is in the market. Also, once our product is successful, what we are looking for is sponsors and partners who can support us with funds so that we can be able to produce more machines like this.
And from our project, we will have a timeline that will fully completed about the end of this March 2023. And from this, we are about to create another machine that will extrude these filaments or the materials that are used in 3D printing. So after the accomplishment this March, we need to have the other machine that can produce this, to which these are also imported from other countries. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are good to start our second session on technical presentations. And this afternoon, we have two plenary presentations, and then thereafter we shall have the panelists join after Q&A. For this particular session, we are privileged to have this session going to be chaired by Mr. Achar Arena. I would like us to put our hands together to welcome Mr. Achar Arena as he walks here. Can we put our hands together to clap for him? Mr. Achar Arena works with the Ministry of Education in the Republic of Kenya. He is also a key focal person with a project on S-Strip. He's an M&E specialist of the S-Strip and has contributed significantly towards TVET education, not only in Kenya, but in the region. So we are privileged to have you as our chair for this session to drive us ably for us to conclude the day of today. I wish to welcome you all back from lunch. I hope you had a very good time. I know that the lunch came very close with the tea break. We hope you were still able to nourish yourselves. So Chair, you're welcome. Thank you. You will. No, you first have the two presenters. We'll finish the Q&A for them. Then so the presenters will sit here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we have been guided, we want to go to the session, this afternoon session, which is session 3. And we'll start with the presentations. This session, for those who may not be having the program, or may not have had a look at it, this session is basically dealing with the subtheme of skills development for graduate employability. Skills development for graduate employability. And we are going to have 2 presentations first, each lasting about 30 minutes. Thereafter, we shall have a Q&A session. Then we shall thereafter invite the panelists. So at this moment, I wish to invite the 2 presenters. I will give you a little background of them, and then I'll ask them to come forward. I hope they are in the room. Our first presenter this afternoon is Mr. Zach Mbena. Mr. Zach Mbena, I kindly request that you, wherever you are, kindly stand and come forward. Mr. Zach Mbena. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Zach Mbena a clap. Karibu sana, Zach. Most welcome, and you may have your seat. Mr. Zach Mbena is going to give us a presentation lasting about 20 minutes on the opportunities and practices of aligning skills development to the market needs. Zach, most welcome. I wish to invite the second presenter, who is Professor Orgus Orjin. Professor, most welcome. Professor Gus Orjin is joining us from Turkey. Yeah. Most welcome, Professor. Thank you. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Professor is going to give us a presentation on principles of skills development for graduate employability. A case study of the university where he works, called the University of Tombouctou. Okay. Professor Ogun is the advisor to the chairman of the Board of Trustees and Board of Rectors, head of Computer Engineering Department at the University of Economics and Technology in Turkey. Most welcome. Without wasting much more time, I wish to take this opportunity and invite our first presenter, Mr. Zach Mbena, to kindly come and make his presentation. Zach, you have the 20 minutes.
A very warm afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be before you, and it's a great honor to really transact this afternoon. As introduced before, my name's Zaki Mbena, and I'm a private sector expert working in the private sector ever since I got to put my hands on work. So I have been in private sector all the time around. And I understand we are discussing a very important subject this very afternoon, and that is how together we can align the skills development initiatives. As the title of this subject is Opportunities and Practices of Aligning the Skills Development to the Market Needs. But before we dive deep into the discussion, let's have a brain teaser for a few minutes, a few seconds. Have you ever wondered what can happen in a business environment within a minute? I'm referring to 60 seconds of a minute. What can happen in a business environment? Or probably that can be difficult to think of. What can happen in a minute in your own personal life? Just think for a second. What exactly can you achieve in just 60 seconds of your lifetime? Well, if you ask me, there are quite few things I can do within a minute. Maybe the best I can do is miss my plane in a minute. But I really cannot brush my teeth within a minute. I cannot wash my hands thoroughly within a minute. Maybe I cannot close a deal in a single minute. So principally, there are very few things you can do within a minute. Leave alone the business environment. Think of your personal life. Now, let us see what happens in that space of time, exactly 60 seconds in a business environment. I'm referring to statistics and data coming from the Business Licensing Service agent in the United States of America. Last year, they registered about 5 million new businesses in a span of a year. Okay, 5 million, about 1.46 in just the first quarter in America. 5 million new businesses were registered. But out of these, 13,699 businesses registered in just a day. We are zeroing down from a year to a day. 13,699 businesses, new businesses came into being within a day. An average of 571 new businesses were created in just 1 hour in USA. So 1 hour gave USA 571 new businesses. And guess what? Back to our question. 9 new businesses were actually formed in USA within a minute. So this is what happens in the business world. Within a minute, 9 new businesses are registered. This is good news, right? But let's see the other possibility. What happens to these businesses? This is a sad story. Within the 2 years, research has it, within 2 years of operations, 25% of the newly registered businesses close shops. So 25 are out of life in just 2 years from their commencement. And then 45% are likely to perish in the first 5-year period. So 45% whoop out of the show. And just about 65 will survive, will not survive. Yeah, will exit business in 10 years. So only 25% exist and celebrate their 15th birthday. This is what happens in business. And this is if the business environment is supportive. And engaging with these business operators, it came to a sense, a number of reasons attribute to this fail. The list is long. Business environment, access to capital, access to markets, hardship in getting resources and raw materials. But what concerns us this afternoon is the skills related. And in the top 3 challenges or risks that business face, lack of appropriate relevant skills, skills mismatch, and total absence of a particular skill was a reason. So think about this, and with this thought, let's now dive to the discussion. As we are discussing about how we are aligning the market needs to the skills development initiatives we are putting in place, there is something that I'm proposing today. And this is what the academia, the public sector, as well as the private sector should always consider. It is of paramount importance that we are able to link the process of skills development to the business growth and the entire aspect of enterprise profitability. If you're not able to connect these 2 dots, it is hard for us eventually to arrive at a collaboration or partnership that will be assisting us. Kindly focus on how we can bridge the profitability, efficiency, growth of the business to what we're doing towards the skills. And here we are supposed to discuss about the opportunities. So what are these opportunities that we have? A little bit of background, if you can stick to the slide that has opportunities and the background information, that'll be very helpful. Please, yes, there. This is what has been realized from the business. Globally, about 69% of businesses are facing skills challenge or skills shortage. In Africa, as we are a young continent, have got 34.2% of our population being youth, hence an ever expanding workforce. So it's always on the go. We're running to keep up with the pace of the expanding workforce that require appropriate skills that can make them productive and effective in the world of work, in the world of labor. But another fact that's worth considering is that the rate of those who are not employed, not on job, not in education or any form of training, which is the NEET rate, in Africa is higher. It's higher. And according to the report from ILO of 2019, it seems that we are at 21.5%. And 1 out of 5 youth had no job, neither education and not in training. This is a fact. But also the employment to population rate, EPR, is high in Africa, where we see we're hitting 74.8 as opposed to 57.4% in the rest of the world. And Eastern Africa has a privilege of actually being at the lead. So we see Eastern Africa having a 74%, which is better than the global rate. But as I mentioned before, lack of skills and mismatch is a top industry risk. So now let's see the opportunities after realizing what can be our situation. So we have a number of opportunities that we can actually explore and realize. And one of them is the collaboration in doing R&D and research and development. And this is quite significant. You will come to see later on how the findings of different researchers will drive the whole process and even influence the positivity and the rate of success of our skills development. If we are to find the key 4 factors that will enhance or even expedite the process of skills development, one of them is the collaboration that will give us research in research and development that will be a greater input to it. But also we have an opportunity to exchange the knowledge, experiences, and skills. I will emphasize on experiences because it's not commonly among the list of things that we do. Especially from the academic point of view, experiences has been taking a second seat when it comes to what it is. But let me tell you, from the industry point of view, from the private sector and from the world of work, experience matters a lot. And this has been a relief to a number of initiatives that are put when those who are coming right from the formal system of education and those who are hands-on. There's been a clear difference between these two pyramids or pillars of development. Hence, cooperation in areas of experience and exchange of experience is quite important. Commercialization, it's another area, it's another opportunity we can do together. And I understand how of us are doing in our own space, making sure that we are able to commercialize what has been developed or been brought forward by research. Unfortunately, it's not so much the case in most of the findings and researches. A lot of good, brilliant ideas are sitting idle in the shelves of the incubation points. If you speak to Costech today, they have thousands of good ideas that are not being commercialized to spot. Why? There's no appetite, or there's rather no common ground for idea from research and findings finding its way into the commercial world. Another thing that is important is need to jointly address challenges, real business challenges on the ground, at the local level, at the regional level, and this is to be done through a joint effort. Hence, academia, private sector, and public sector need to come handy in doing this. But also, this again is in our area. We need to support the entrepreneurship and innovation, as well as funding the skills development initiatives. So let's explore in details some of these opportunities. There is a grand opportunity to actually support or facilitate the access to skills, new skills, relevant skills, as well as the process of reskilling our labor force and upskilling them. And that is an opportunity to invest. So stakeholders, private sector, as well as the academia and the public sector need to purposefully invest in facilitating more people, more labor force to get access to skills, be able to reskill themselves, as well as upskill or upgrade their skill levels in collaboration. And this can be done in several ways. We can embrace apprenticeship, internship, because why? They provide a window for the academia to see what exactly is happening within a particular industry. So it's very important that we're able to open doors for apprenticeship and internship to happen, then use the same window to scout out what are the needs of the industry. Jointly financing, I had mentioned this before, and we can look at another opportunity, which is now engaging continuously the labor market. When we do research and analyze the market trends, it is an opportunity for us, really, as academia and stakeholders, to be able to find the latest labor market requirements and trends. And so doing, we'll be able to identify the most in-demand skills and occupations. And what do we do with these findings? It's not good to have them printed, published, and featured in our journals, on academia journals. No, it's high time we see the practical side of it and be able to translate the very findings into solutions that work for the market. And that, of course, includes creation of new occupations. And sources are different. We can have the government, we can have industry associations, but also we can have current employment surveys. Another opportunity is within the partnership that can happen. And in this, I will have 3 key words that in principle repeat to each other. This is collaborate, collaborate, and collaborate. So we need to develop our skills, our partnership rather, between training providers and skill developers. This is very key because working with the education formal system and the training providers will actually be able to connect or link the process of skill development to actually what is happening on the ground. And here I'm referring to industry associations, community colleges, curriculum developers, vocational schools, and all that are in the formal areas. And here is another, please go to the slide that has harnessing. We're in a different site, sorry. Harnessing the benefits of digital economy. It's another subject that needs to be managed. Actually, this is an area that has less been explored. We are singing the song of the world anthem of digitalization. Good. But are we part of the game or we are observers? It's high time we leverage on this phenomenal change in the industry and labor market. And how do we do that? It's high time we leverage, it's an opportunity, mind you, leverage on the digital skills for enhanced workforce productivity and efficiency. But here, the focus from private sector is to have sector-specific needs. And this is the only way we can address. Because what is happening now, you have one sector, one industry that is doing pretty well on its skills level, but there are sectors that are having none or less players. Think of oil and gas. Think of the space technology. Think of simple sectors like energy. So we need to leverage on these digital skills, but also it gives us an opportunity for creation of new employment prospects who are equipped with the skills demanded by the market now and potentially in the future. Further, on harnessing the benefits of digital economy, there is this opportunity that sits with it. It is the tapping of the opportunities from the sectors that have higher growth potential. And in Tanzania and probably in the region of Africa, East Africa, we could have several of these. Agriculture is one. Speaking of the financial services, the fintech world, think of tourism, services, energy, construction, engineering, trade, commerce. These are sectors with higher growth potential. Now, if they have the higher growth potential, what does it mean to us? These should be among the sectors that are within our radar on regular basis, ensuring that we have skills that are matching these sectors and possibly look beyond what is happening now. Look at the tourism sector 30 years. What are the skills that will be needed? For instance, in Tanzania, there's a thinking of having cabling that take people to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro. Do we have the skills for the cabling operators at the moment? We are going into e-trains. Do we have skills for the operators that will run our trains? We have underwater pipes for passing or moving crude oil. Are we having the relevant skills on these sectors? So yes, it's a thought to put all these potential sectors in our radar, in our focus, and be able to develop skills. And in so doing, we will actually be aligning the skills development to the actual demand of the market. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. And an interesting subject on harnessing, that's the next slide. The IGDP. How many of us are familiar with IGDP? Yes, it is all that are economic activities that are involved with or surrounded around internet. So what are the economic developments within this sector, internet-based sectors? So according to the study of the World Bank of 2016, the IGDP is likely to grow from the current 1.1% to 5 or 6% of the Africa GDP by 2025. It means there will be more economic activities that are productive, that are centered on the internet of things. So how ready are we to grab this growth? Or rather, are we part of the making of the IGDP? But still, the digital adoption index, which is estimated to be at 0.33 by 2016, is likely to go to 0.85 in the same period of time. So if the adoption rate of the digital economy is at this pace, how ready are we? Well, it is an opportunity. It's an opportunity that we need to explore on the skills development. Let's move to the next slide. Several opportunities are existing, but there are things that need to be considered. And these are the aspects to consider. One of them is the economic value of particular or certain skills, such as ICT, have created appetite because of their potential to influence efficiency or productivity and reduce inefficiency. That's a good thing, right? But it's good to note that while the desire and the appetite is high, the period it may take to realize results may be longer. So how are we prepared for this fact? So if we are taking into account factors such as having the right policy in place, resources, but also variations and priorities between economies and countries, you may realize much as we are putting these skills in place, maybe if we are to develop a space technician today in 2023, it may be that skill may be realized or appreciated in the next 15, 20 years to come. So is that part of our strategies? Have we taken that factor into consideration? Another fact that or aspect to consider is this, of course, involves us. The next slide. Despite major improvements that have been taking place in the education and training systems, we've realized that, well, strategic involvement of key partners is quite crucial. And that has been lacking in some space. And here I'm referring to social partners, economic and political. And as a result, we are ending up having a supply-driven skills development outcome, as opposed to market-driven skills development process. And of course, as a result, we'll end up having a misaligned aspiration and hence collapse or suffocate the whole idea of matching market needs to skills development. As I'm drawing towards the very end of my presentation, the other aspect that needs to be considered is limited access to good quality and relevant skills. Of course, this is the fact, especially considering Africa as a platform in the African context. It is a fact that the informal procedure of skills development has been more dominant in our area. And hence, informal apprenticeship and even internship is what drives most of these sectors. I'll give a small example. I was researching the fishing industry in Tanzania, and I visited the Dar es Salaam ferry fish market. I happened to come across a family of a father and 3 sons who are both operating in the fishing industry. But how did the skill of fishing pass from one generation to the other? The father, by the name of Hassan, said that he got the training from his father of fishing. And the father is deceased, but the very current father has 3 sons in the same industry, working in the same area. Some are doing fish cleaning, others are into the fishing, the other one is into commercial side of it. But how did the skill move from one person to the other? It's informally. But who is taking charge of this? There are more than 3,000 operators at the fishing market coming in on daily basis, and they make an economy out of it. But have we zoomed to see the skills needed in this sector? If not, then tradition will take over. And year in, year out, we will have old-fashioned skills in operation. So what do we resolve? Last but one slide, what do we resolve? It is important that we do these 5 things, and I'll mention them. It's eventually important that we continue to partner, not partner in documents, partner practically. It's an opportunity for us to grab. And this is the best practice. We need to partner in real life. We need to see the academia in the working industry, as well as seeing the industry in the corridors and theaters of the academia. But also we need to see the practices that are in the industry being examined in the laboratories of the academia, and we are able to bring results out of them. But it's important that we continue to do research on all these aspects. Then out of our research, we design solutions. We put that into implementation, and timely, we review what we are doing, timely, and not allowing a lot of time to elapse before we review and assess what we're doing. Upon reaching that stage, we need to restart the process. So this should be our resolve as we find out opportunities and how we can align the processes of skills development. Thank you very much for your attention. And I pretty much believe that what we have highlighted, or rather what I have highlighted, is just an iceberg. It's just the tip of the iceberg. And we, based on our areas of expertise, are now going to critically analyze and find opportunities within each of the mentioned aspects and deliberate accordingly. Hence, the panelists will come and expand even further on this. Thank you and have a blessed afternoon.
Thanks so much. Let's give Zach Mbena another round of applause, please. Personally, I've liked his parting shot. Partners in practice. Don't just be partners. Take that chain. Research, design, implement, review, and restart if you have to. I wish to invite our second presenter for his presentation. I'd already introduced him, but I'll introduce him once again. Our second presenter is Professor Onguz Orgen from Turkey. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Pleasure to be here. I am from Turkey, coming from Ankara. Well, today I'm going to talk about a different practice in Turkey. We are actually a different university from all the other Turkish universities, and basically we are implementing a different system, maybe from many other universities in the world. So I'm going to talk about our university in general, if we can have the slides on the screen. Well, I am from TOB, University of Economics and Technology, and TOB in Turkish stands for Union of Commodity Exchanges and Chambers in Turkish. In Turkey, by law, every company has to be a member of TOB in order to actually function. So TOB is basically the Turkish business sector, and this is the largest non-governmental organization in Turkey. So that's hence the name TOB in the front. So we are established by the Turkish business sector. TOB, University of Economics and Technology, actually the name is not TOB University. The name actually includes the strategy inside. So we are actually specializing on economics and technology, and it's coined in our name. And this is founded by the foundation established by the TOB. And this university was established in 2003. So this is our 20th year. Basically, it's a private special year for us. It's 20th year of our university. And after 20 years of operation, if you go to Turkey, you will see that among all the departments in the university entrance exams, we rank in the top 10 among more than 210 universities. And in some areas, we are ranked in the top 5. So I'm going to tell you how this was accomplished in the last 20 years of this university and what kind of a system we're talking about. If we can have the last slide, I'm going to talk about a little bit of history. In 2001, the decision of establishing a university was made. In 2002, the foundation was established. In 2003, the university was founded, and the first students was admitted in 2004. If you look at this diagram, 20 years is not a long time, actually, in order to establish and make the university a large one and establish one in a big country like Turkey. So in 2005, we admitted the first graduate students because we wanted to be ranked internationally, and I will show you our international rankings quite soon. In 2006, we actually sent out the first co-op interns. Our system depends on working together with the industry. We send the students for long-term co-op internships, which I'm going to talk about in detail. So if you look at the diagram, we have a medical school, we have our own hospital now, we have an architecture and design school, and we have our engineering school. So we have now 6 schools and more than 20 departments, and it's all in 20 years. Let's move on to the next slide. So if you look at the establishment to this current situation in Turkey, we started with 270 students by admitting 270 students. Currently, we have more than 5,000 students. And out of these 5,000 students, we have actually more than 500, 600 of them are graduate students now. And we have 3 separate graduate schools now in TOB University of Economics and Technology. We call TOBETÜ in short in Turkish. So we have now more than 300 faculty members, and more than 200 of them are actually assistant, associate, or full professors. Let's move on. I'm just trying to lay the foundations for why do we do a different kind of a system. Since we are established by TOB, the Turkish business sector, they actually have a different idea about the university. They had this discussion about the university graduates were not satisfying the needs of the business sector when they first come out of the school. So they wanted a more experience-based, practice-based curriculum and structure inside the university, a university that actually collaborates with industry and mingles with industry much better than its previous form. So our establishment has this motivation in the beginning. We have 6 schools, and our largest school is the engineering school, because the name technology. So in order to have the technology, you have to have the engineering school. And we have 7 departments, and the latest, most recent of which is the AI engineering department. Since the technology is evolving, you have to evolve your departments together with the technology and contemporary happenings. So we have these 6 schools, and we have these 3 grad schools that we have many actually different areas of practice from. In the medical school is itself a practice-based school. In the first 3 years, you do some theoretical work, and in the next 3 years, you do the practice in the hospital by itself. So we thought, can we do something like this in the undergraduate curriculum of the other programs? Let's move on. So if you look at TOB ETÜ, we have different systems from all the others universities. But before that, we are ranked in the world rankings, and we are the youngest university to be ranked internationally in Turkey. Currently, I think 34, 40 universities are ranked internationally, and we are one of them, and we are the youngest one. We are not ranked, well, in the first 100 inside the world, but we are only 20 years old, just to remind you. Let's move on, and you'll see that we are ranked 64th among the universities established after the year 2000. So among the young universities all over the world, we are ranked 64. But in order to be ranked among these universities, you have to, it's not enough to do actually a co-op program. You have to do research, you have to do projects, you have to publish, you have to do academic work as well. And you have to do these works in order to keep you up to date so that you can train the students that you have for the practical needs that the companies in the industry has. So let's move on. So we have these 6 differences. We are ranked, we are a young university that is ranked internationally. We are the first and only university that does cooperative education, which I will tell you in a minute how we do it. We are the only university that does 3-term education in a year in order to do this cooperative education implement. We do, while doing this, we do double major and minor programs as well. We teach in Turkish, but English is mandatory, is a prep year. And also we do TOEFL exams to measure their level of English. Also, a second foreign language is mandatory in our university. So this, you can imagine, this is kind of a difficult university. Probably the most difficult curriculums are in our university in Turkey. So let's move on. So what is cooperative education? So when establishing the university, the Turkish business sector wanted to say, okay, let's give out 1 year of industry experience before we actually send them out for the industry. Before all the students, they graduate, they get 1 year of industry experience. How do we do this? Well, of course, I'm going to talk about this, but every time they go, they do a long-term internship, not a short one. And every time they go, it's more than 3 months. And this is full-time, this is paid, and this is in a company or a governmental organization. And it has to be something that they get experience from. So once they get the experience from the company, they come back to the university and they take their courses. They get the chance to actually look at these theoretical courses from a practical point of view. And after they take their courses, they go to the company again to actually employ what they have learned. So this establishes the university industry collaboration, since there is a student going between back and forth. So the student can actually plan their career. Students can plan their careers better. The companies can get to know human resource much earlier before they graduate. The university, since there is a student going between back and forth, university knows the needs of the companies, and also we actually collaborate together with them in joint projects. So this is a win-win for everybody, the student, the companies, and also university. So this is mandatory in all departments in TOB ETÜ, except for medical school, because the medical school has its own system. It's 6 years in Turkey. The first 3 years is theoretical. The second 3 years is in the hospital, in our own hospital. But we implement this scheme in all our departments. And this is one of the photo from a company when our students go for this practical training. Let's move on to the next slide. So in order to give 1 year of experience, industry experience, in 4 years of academic time, by our Higher Education Council regulations, an undergraduate degree can only be 4 years. So in order to do 4 years of education plus 1 year of industry experience, you have to do 5 years of work inside 4 years time. So we have to do 1.5 years in every 1 year. So we do full 3 semesters every year. We have a fall semester, we have a spring, well, kind of winter semester, and also we have a summer semester. Tobetu does not have a summer school. Tobetu school has school every summer. We have courses on Saturdays. We have short breaks between semesters, like 3 weeks or so, 2 to 3 weeks. So the students, they don't have long vacation times in summer. It's like getting into the private sector immediately after high school. You actually work, get your courses, afterwards you go to the company and work, and you only have 2 to 3 weeks of vacations between the terms. In order for the student, let's go back, this is important, this will be a previous slide. In order for the student to have required skills for the company, we keep them in the university for 5 full semesters, you'll see. After 5 semesters, when their counterparts in other universities, they are studying in the second term of their second year. Our students finish their first term of the third year in the second year, and they go for the first co-op. You know, cooperative education has been employed by many universities in the US and Canada, like MIT, Carnegie Mellon, University of Toronto. And it means let's educate these students together with the industry. That's why, hence the name cooperative education. We educate these students together. So the students go for 3 full semesters of cooperative education. And you see they have 8 full semesters of education. So in 4 years, we give them 4 years of education plus 1 year of industry experience and less vacation time in summer, of course. And in the end, by the end of the spring semester, around April time, around 1 year from now, actually, if there was no earthquake, it was going to be a month from now, sorry. We give out to first graduates. So the students actually graduate before their counterparts, their opponents in the other universities. So they got into the business sector 2 months before the others in the other universities. So this is a unique schedule, academic calendar. This is something that we only implement in the world, probably. There are some quarters-based systems in US, but they always leave some vacation time, and all the cooperative education systems in US and Canada, they tend to do it in 5 years because you have to squeeze everything in 5 years. It's kind of difficult. But in Turkey, we just cut down from the long vacation times and make them work through the summertime and get prepared for the industry. Of course, when they graduate, they have 3 separate companies on their resumes for 4 months. So they are actually ahead of their opponents. They have 1 year of experience when they graduate, the day they're graduating. So let's move on. Well, we send around 2,500 students every year roughly, because we send students every term. You saw the schedule. We send the first students in the summer, and then in spring, and then in fall. But of course, the students are not regular. Most of them are irregular. So every term we send the third years, the fourth years, the second year students, the third year and the fourth year students at the same time. And how the system works, do you have a software system? And the companies actually, they come to us to collaborate. The student chooses among the companies, and the companies look at their resumes, look at their transcripts, and they choose the students back. And there's a matching system. Once they get matched, they just go to the company. So we do this for every year for 2,500 people. We also send them abroad, and we have a special unit that is actually dealing with this. The student doesn't look for internship places. They just choose from the internship places, the options. Let's move on. We have more than 4,000 companies, agreements with more than 4,000 companies. This is increasing every day. All the largest companies in Turkey, we are actually have an agreement with. Since we are the university of the Turkish business sector, we are actually their university anyway. So for them to collaborate with us, it's very natural. So more than 4,000, well, I've been working in Tobetu for the last 17 years. Before that, I was working for Intel Barcelona Research Center. My research area is microprocessors, basically. So in the last 17 years, I was in Tobetu, and in the first time when we were implementing this scheme, it was difficult to explain to the companies. We were going to them to explain, this is good for you. Just get these students. This will be good for you. Now, every week, a company calls me, since I'm the department chair of the computer engineering department. Every week, a company calls me and wants some student, but I only have 70 to 80 students to send. And there are 300 companies aligned now. So we don't have enough manpower to supply the companies anymore. So the companies have understood that they have to reach the human resource earlier, before they graduate, and so that they can actually train the student better for their own needs. This is cheaper for them to train after graduating. Let's move on. So the number of companies that we work together is increasing yearly. Every year we add some new corporates and institutions, but we don't go to them anymore. They come to us. In 20 years, actually, the tables have turned. We were going to them to explain. Now they are looking for human resource. They are coming to our university. Let's move on. We don't only send our students to the companies in Turkey, we also send them abroad. You see, most of the students that we send are to the European region because there is this Erasmus program, and the Erasmus program supports this long-term internships. If you actually go for an internship with the Erasmus program, it has to be at least 90 days. This aligns very well with our system because our internships are 3 months and a half. So if you total them up, it's close to 1 year. So our students mostly use the Erasmus funds to go to the institutions inside Europe. And we sent to 6 continents and 56 countries. There are 7 continents in the world. The 7th one is the Antarctica. It's not possible to send there yet. So hopefully someday we'll do. Let's move on. These are some of the examples that we sent. You'll see that from biomedical engineering, one of our students actually went to the Stanford University for co-op. After graduating, this student, Daphne, she actually got admitted for PhD in Illinois Urbana-Champaign. So it was a quite nice experience. This experience doesn't have to be in a company. It can also be in a research organization. It can also be academically involved, right? We had one of our graduates, Volkan, he was a co-op in Apple. Apple also paid for the flight tickets for the co-op. After graduating, he started working for Apple. And also, Apple has a 15% reduction for the friends and family. And this watch I bought with his 15% deduction from the price. So in order to educate our students, we have to also do research. We have a technology center where we have more than 70 labs, research labs, many educational labs inside. Mostly we do research on energy, defense, medical, and information technologies areas. So we have to publish in order to be ranked internationally. We have to do projects together with the companies, and we allow our undergraduate students to work together with us in these projects. Let's move on. We also have a lot of centers in order to do some projects with the governmental and private sectors. And the most important of our centers will be our hospital, because it's a health-based center for education and research. We currently have 100 beds, but we plan to have 200 beds by next year. Currently, the construction is ongoing. So we are actually growing in terms of medical, and if you look at medicine, you have to collaborate with technology, especially with our department, computer engineering and biomedical, in order to advance technology in this area. And if you have a hospital, you have this experimentation facility. So let's move on. Yeah, this is the new, this is going to be the new look of our hospital. Let's move on. So apart from this, in order to collaborate with the industry, we have a technology transfer office. So in order to do projects together with the companies and in order to support some entrepreneurship ideas, we have this technology transfer office. So far, they supported 71 patent applications from our university. We actually sponsor patent applications from the university, even if they come from the student itself. So let's move on. And we also have a garage. It's called Garage. It's an incubation center. You know, the Steve Jobs and these people in Silicon Valley, they all established their companies in a garage. So hence the name Garage comes from. If you have an idea, but you don't have a garage, you can just come to this place, and this is the incubation center, where you can actually do your idea, and you can get some mentorship, also get some investors aligned. Just we help them during their first years of this entrepreneurship. Since we are the university of this Turkish business sector, we also support entrepreneurship, and the entrepreneurship course is mandatory for all departments in TOBETÜ. And this is my last slide. This is the alumni of my department. We have more than 750 alumni now, and more than one fifth of them are outside Turkey. More than 3 or 4 are working for Google. 3 or 4 are working for Facebook. If they are not laid off in the next 1 month, we'll see. So our goal is to educate our students in a way that they're internationally recognized and they're internationally demanded. And we are glad to see that our system works. Well, they did less summer vacation, but in the end, most of our graduates are in good companies and they're successful. Well, thank you. And if you have questions, I'll be around here. Thank you for listening.
Let's give Professor Guz another round of applause, please. Everyone picks what he likes. I picked mine 3 terms in the education system. The companies come to them. They don't go to companies. 74 research labs. Prof, I don't want to challenge you on that. How many did you have at the University of Zanzibar? A medical training hospital. I'm sure we have technology transfer offices. And then interesting one most, they have a garage. Go to the garage and get fixed. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate the 2 presenters with a bigger round of applause, please. And they have really kept time. We want to also appreciate them for saving us a few minutes. We will go to a a session where we could ask them questions. So I will allow the audience to give questions specific to the presenters on the 2 areas that they have presented. Any questions, please? Any questions? Yes, who is holding the mic? We have a question at the back. Oh, yes, it's on. Thank you very much. Kindly say your name and...
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Professor Mesha Kugonyo from Inter-University Council. I'm interested in partnership, so the last presentation for me is critical. How is this funded? How is this financed? This model of cooperative learning, how is it financed? Thank you.
We can't, I think that's for you, Dr. Hoss. Maybe we could take, if there are more questions, we could take them and then they respond once, twice. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the great presentation.
A little louder, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the great presentations. Our first speaker finalized his presentation by talking about the key things that we need to do, and one of them was around partnerships. So with the company that I work with, we really try to ensure that we are facilitating partnerships between universities and private sector. And there are some fundamental infrastructure challenges that do exist in the universities that sometimes become barriers to this kind of collaboration. So for example, one of them has been like a difference in culture between private and public sector. So, and then the second one has been issues around IP policies that make it very hard for industry to actually adopt some of the innovations that are coming from the university. In your experience, in your research, do you have best practices around how to navigate these cultural differences as a way of facilitating that engagement between those 2 stakeholder groups? And then the second piece, do you have best practices around ways in which universities or public research institutions have navigated IP policy issues to facilitate better engagement to the private sector? Thank you.
All right, I hope you got her more of like your experience on how to navigate some of the challenges you face with IPs and companies. That's what I got. Yes, there's another question over there, please. The third one.
Yes, Ahmed Pesamigo, the Vice Chancellor, Kampala International University. I'm so intrigued by the top A2 university model. My question is, I know that in Turkey, the higher education regulatory framework is quite tough. How do they deal with the issue of accrediting, that cooperative program delivery compared to the traditional one? Because you are bridging the gap between academia and the industry, therefore placing these graduates. So the issue of York, York, of course, how is that done? How is the accreditation and regulation and approval of such programs where you have that kind of mobility between university and industry? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take the first 3 questions. Our online viewers will come to you in the second round, please. First round, I think they are for you, Dr.
Well, let's start with the first one. Well, in Turkey, there are 2 kinds of universities, the foundation universities and the public universities. We don't have private universities. All the private kind of universities are foundation universities. In the foundation universities, the student pays for the education. In public university, they don't pay for the education. It's free. It's government subsidized. So our universities are foundation universities, so the students pay. but the payment of the student is not enough to establish a university like this in 20 years. We are actually located right in the middle of Ankara, right next to the presidential palace, right in the middle, and it's very expensive. The area itself is expensive. So we have our dormitories, we have our technological laboratories, we have our hospital. So this is a lot of investment, and it cannot be done with the money coming from a student. We have our Turkish business sector behind us, and they actually buy these things for us. And for the running costs, some of the costs are supplied by this top again, although most of the costs are coming from the students, actually, the tuitions of the students. So this is kind of a strong foundation, and together with the students' tuitions, basically. Maybe last question, how do we deal with YÖK in Turkey? Since TOB is kind of a politically strong organization, well, we are not political, but since this is the largest non-governmental organization, we have some political ties. So in the beginning, in order to convince YÖK, it was difficult because you're doing something that nobody else does. So in order to do this, we convinced them in the first, and now we don't have to. So we just, YÖK is the Higher Education Council in Turkey. I'm not sure if you have something like this in here, but in some countries it's in the educational ministry. In some countries like ours, educational ministry and higher education council are separated. In our country, Turkey is separate. So yes, it took some time to convince YÖK, and sometimes they forget about us. They get some decisions according to these 2 semesters universities, but we don't care much. Yes, we have to work more. Our professors say they have to work more. Students, they have to work more. Everybody has to work more because we do 1.5 years in 1 year. So theoretically, physically, we consume more energy in the same time. So it's more power, you can say, like energy over time. So the other question, I couldn't get most of the question because of the microphone issue, but how do we actually assign talents? Something like that, is that? IP? Who holds the IP? Is that the question? Well, when they go for the company, the students, when they go for the company, we consider this as an early employment. So whatever they do themselves. We mandate students to give a report after coming, and in computer engineering department, all the students, they have to prepare a 5-minute video on YouTube for whatever experience they have. And we rank them, we publish the best 3 ones. But we never talk about the IP because the company holds the IP, and the company has to hold the IP. It cannot be an issue because they do company work. It's like an employee, basically. We do some, by law, we have to do the accident insurance for the student, but other than that, we don't do anything. The company pays the fee, company gives the work, and company just manages the human resource. But since we are in the business of educating, it's fine for us. The IP can remain at there. But if we do a project together, then IP is an issue. TTO is there, this technology transfer office is there for these kind of things. We discuss. If we do a project together, we discuss how we manage the IP, how we actually manage the patents that come out from the project. Is this an answer for the question? For Garage, we don't actually get involved with the IP. IP is for the entrepreneurs. We just help them. Sometimes for us, actually, just being there for them is enough, because when they become successful, it's advertisement for us, right? So for the university, if a successful startup comes up from the university, it's advertisement for us. So for us, it's only that, just providing the infrastructure, the framework. So we don't want any of their IPs or anything. But if everything goes well and if they want some investment from us, of course, if we get involved, we'll talk about IP rights. Other than giving them some desks or just introducing them to some other people, if they want us to get involved more, of course, then we talk about IPs. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Egon. We would want to take the next set of questions from our online audience. If there's anybody online, can they hear us? If you can hear us, if you have a question, kindly raise up your hand so that we may be able to see you. Anybody online with a question? It seems none. Oh, there's one. Okay. There's a comment there. It seems there's nobody online. And yes, we'll take the second round of questions from our present audience. I will give over to, yes, please. I've seen a hand there. I've seen another hand here. Yes. And a third hand there. We'll take those three questions, please.
Thank you. My name is Galkidan Tadesse from Ethiopia. I want to thank the two presenters. I'm new to the Tibet sector, so I'm always learning from such presentation. I think, Mr. Zaki, we have our homework, a lot to do in regards to industry linkage. Our presenter from Turkey has given us quite a lot of success stories. I think one question I would have for you is, you've spent quite a lot of time in the private sector. You know, we're always talking about how we should strengthen our industry linkage, but we never walk the talk. And it's the same scenario in Ethiopia. I think all of our East African countries, we share that. We've seen how technology transfer is one of the success areas. Entrepreneurship is another success area. I think one area we have identified in Ethiopia is our governance structure itself. It's not inclusive of private sector. We're always saying private sector has to take the lead. They have to be part of the conversation, but we don't have that kind of framework in place. That's one critical area that we had identified. Maybe is there some areas you feel are critical, especially for East Africa, why we haven't been able to strengthen our industry linkage? Because I think it's high time we start talking, we start walking the talk when we say private sectors have to lead the way. So what would be the critical challenges for you that you had identified for not having an inclusive private sector partners?
Thank you. Thank you, Galkidan. A quick one. How many are from the private sector inside this auditorium? All right, thanks. Thank you so much. There was a hand over there and second hand here and then the third hand there. We'll take those two, then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you. Thank you, presenters, for the great presentation. I want to follow up on the TOP's experience, especially the relationship with the industry. I wanted to understand whether there is a way the industry inputs into your training contents and how, and when they are out in this cooperative training, how do you grade them? Do you leave it entirely to the industry to bring in grades, or do you give them expectations in terms of training, so that probably when they finish the training, you can have some grades or something? How do you go about that?
Thank you. I think the second question is for you. The first one was for him. I will take the last one from there, please. Allow us to take the last one from him.
Thank you a lot for the opportunity. My name is Joseph Krivenikata from Tanzania, and my question is direct to the first speaker. You said one of the takeaways to commercialize the research. And that is one of the challenges which we are facing in East Africa. So what are the mechanism which we can use in East Africa to make sure that we commercialize those researches? And the second question is, in the developed world, they put a lot of money to the higher learning institutions to make sure that those institutions that are doing well. For instance, these Ivy League universities, a lot of dollar they put there to make sure they take the lead in the global stage. So what about the willingness of our leaders in East Africa, that the willingness to put a lot of money, the budget on the higher learning institutions? Thank you a lot.
Thanks. Allow us to take those. My timing is almost up. I'm worried about it, but I'm seeing 2 questions that I want us to take because we are not taking another round. So let's give the lady, please, and then we give.
Thank you very much for the great presentation from both the presenters. I just have a small comment and a question. We had a project, TESEA, Transforming Employability for Social Change in East Africa. And we created an ecosystem where we brought universities, that is university management, students, lecturers, and employers from both private and public. And we asked the questions whether there were things that we overlooked, like pedagogies or practices or structures that actually fosters critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and of course, inclusiveness. And in this, we had what we call joint advisory groups. And from those questions and from program alignment, we interacted with the ecosystem. And it was quite successful because we also tried to redesign causes, not the whole program. And he talked about program specific, which is really true, because in every program, we had specific inputs from the industry, employers, and the community. And it was quite successful because students felt for the first time that we are actually training them to what they wanted to be. And the industry contributed. So we felt that the universities were open enough to listen to what the industry, what kind of skills they think will be required. And through that, the partnership really worked, but that was a small scale. We had 4 universities in East Africa and non-government organizations, but we also had policy makers and regulators on board. And we believe if this is scaled up, that is where we can have this ecosystem, which is program specific and skills specific. I don't know what is the comment of the presenter. Thank you.
Yes, probably it might be a comment, but probably something for our Secretary General to take up. Scaling up, what has been gained, the little that has been gained at university level to a wider level. There are forums in which that can be done. Yes, I think our comments are we should scale up. We'll give the last one, please. The last one.
Thank you, Acha. I'd also like to appreciate the presentations made. I think they are very good presentations, both of them. I've got a question for the last presenter, and the question is, you have students studying at the university, that's theory, and then you've got them taking part of the time into the industry, where largely they do practical work there. Now, are you doing anything for the professors? Because professors, we are known to teach theory. We are known to be very good at theory, but we don't. We are actually kind of blamed for not exposing ourselves to the industry. not to be very conversant with the world of work. So here you've separated, you've got industry, you've got professors. You've got students coming from the universities and then going to the industry. When they're university, they are professors teaching them theory. When they're going to the industry, they are practitioners guiding them. Now still, professors from that model, if I understand it very well, professors are still, grounded in their theories, not exposed to practice. I mean, from what the presentation has been, are you having any strategy also to expose professors into the industry? What I see, whatever they learn from the universities should also talk to whatever they're going to be exposed to the industry. So if they've spent 5 semesters in the university, they should have the basics required for the industry. And whenever they come back again, they've got, again, additional knowledge required for the higher level of the co-op term in the industry. How did these two talk? Is there any, a way of making them talks to align that training so that students smoothly navigate through all those semesters and times?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to ask the panelists to take the questions. I think, Isaac, there are questions for you on how to start walking the talk, all right, about this, and also the issues of commercialization is also with you. And for Sargon, there are issues of how do you do it in real practice in Turkey, so that how do you involve the industries? And I think there's also the issue of how do you blend the theory with the practice, given that in higher education, the people we are dealing with are more of knowledge oriented in our setup. How do you do it in your place? And then there are 2 comments about how to expand it. How did you start small and how did it expand? I think it can be participant. We could take those as your responses, please.
Well, thank you very much. I'll respond to the first one from Kalkadan. It's a very good observation, and thank you. We appreciate for having that in ourselves. The response is quite a number of things really are standing in our way of realizing success stories. But that doesn't mean we don't have success stories on this side. Even in Tanzania, we have quite good partnerships that are working. I'll give an example of Geita Gold Mine, working very closely with the University of Dar es Salaam, specializing on bringing skills that are technically needed on the mining sector. We have manufacturing industries, the likes of JTI, that are having very good such initiatives, Ifakara Health Institutes. You see, so we have cases here and there, but why not much progress on this line? That can be attributable to a couple of things. One is the existence of the framework that supports such initiatives, and of course that may, in some cases, exist. And in some cases lack, not being present at all. But also we have a bottleneck around policies, managing different facets of businesses as how it is linked to the skills development initiatives. I mentioned in one of my slides that if we are to succeed in this initiative, we must be able to connect or link the skills development process to the growth of the business and enterprise profitability. That's another bottleneck. If we're not able to translate our initiatives to the tunes and rhymes of the businesses, chances are we may not have wholehearted partnership with the business community. But also some of the things that are missing are quite tiny from their looks, but they're very important. A simple aspect of appreciating what businesses are doing. If it goes missing,
business community talk among themselves and see. So if they don't see appreciation in the investment and all that they're doing, the chances are we'll not have so many following that cause. And the legal framework, it's something else that doesn't really exist much. We are happy to have initiatives on the PPPs, the PPP also as an initiative, which is a very good thing. But how much of it is backed by, has got a legal background to support it. So these are some of the things that are missing. And partly, which will in a way answer the question of commercialization, it is the lack of pegging these developments to the really needs of the industry. We need to connect some of these initiatives with matters related to tax, for instance. Tax is a very high concern for business. How much of treatment do we get on the tax regime in connection to the investment the business is doing towards skills development? The second one, which is from Joseph, was about commercialization of the research findings in the case of East Africa. One of the tips that I'll give is definitely we need to come up with findings that will resolve typical, practical, operational challenges of the industry. And how can this be done? One way is co-designing. As opposed to having, as I mentioned in my previous presentation, to have a supply-driven skill development approach. Let's have a market-driven. Let's start from the sector, from the market, from the industry, and discover, or rather identify, the bottlenecks. Then co-develop these solutions as part of the skills development. In this way, commercialization becomes easier because we are part, the industry becomes part of, and it's resolving the challenge. But another thing is around embedded initiatives. So we operate in different sectors. If you are a training or a learning institution, learning and teaching institutions dealing with energy, how close are you with operators and actors within that sector? We need to belong together. Let's have a desk in such sectors, in such companies, get to know who are those operators. Allow these operators to be part of your teaching process and skills development process. Let them have lecture sessions in your colleges. Allow them to appreciate and benefit from solutions, best students that are coming from these lines. So these are some of the things that can be done. And of course, policies. We need to advocate for better policies. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I had two questions. The first gentleman asked how we managed to score them, their internships when they're gone. In our department, the student, if the student goes for the internship and if the student cannot do a well enough internship in our eyes, we can fail them. This is a course. Those full semesters, we give them a course. This is on their transcript. This is like cooperative education course, 200, 300, 400, and they have to pass. And all of them, they know that they have to do something to pass. If they don't do anything, if they just try to actually arrange some kind of a fake internship and try to go for a summer vacation, they will fail. So we try to actually keep high standards, try to tell to them if they don't do anything during the internship, they may fail. So they ask for the company. If they don't give them any job, they ask the company, you have to give me something. If they don't, they will fail me. And if the student goes back to this, I told you that we have office for these things. If the student goes back and says, these guys are not making me do anything, we pull the student out and give it to the other company. These things happen. So this office actually deals with these kind of problems as well. When you actually send 2,500 people to the companies, you get these kind of problems and you have to deal with them. So the office is not a very small office. We have like 8 to 10 people inside this office for the assignments. And then we sometimes go to the companies to see what they are doing. We also visit the companies to see how the students are doing. So we just don't let them go and do whatever they want. It doesn't work that way. So for how to educate the professors? Well, we are an economy and technology university, and most of our departments are applied departments, like engineering departments, the industrial design department, the architecture, interior architecture. These are all from the industrious programs. So most of our professors, they have some kind of industry experience. In computer engineering, for example, I work for Intel. I'm teaching the computer hardware courses. We have our software engineering course taught by our professor coming from Google. Our big data class is taught by recently acquired professor from Apple. So since we have this kind of professors, they know the industry. We know the industry. We know what the industry requires. And we have to keep ourselves up to date. That's why we mandate in our engineering school all the professors to do at least one project a year and publish one paper a year. This is mandatory from our provost. If they don't do this, they are scored not enough. So below 3 out of 5. And they get a low salary increase. So they have to do a project to keep in touch with the industry. They have to publish to keep in touch with what's going on in the world. You have to keep your professors up to date in order to keep this kind of a system running. I hope this is, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've received the responses, and let us give them a round of applause. Final one, please. I want to take this opportunity to thank our 2 presenters, Zaki and Ogin. Thanks so much for the presentations. There's still room for engagement. Even if you check the program, please feel free to engage them for more insights. With those remarks, we allow you to take your seats, please. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll allow me to go to the second session. I will try to make it as brief as possible so that we catch up on the lost time. At this point, we want to invite our panelists. I will request the panelists to come up when I call them. And then in their presentations, we shall request them to address just specific issues that are related to what they're doing. And we are requesting them to restrict their responses to 5 minutes or under, because they are very, very specific. At this point, allow me to invite Ms. Natalia Munyampenda to come forward and take her seat, please. Let's give her a clap, please. Madam Natalia is the CEO of Kelpa from Rwanda. Karibu sana. Hello, how are you? Please take your seat. You can take the far end, kindly. I'll invite our second panelist, Professor Desire Manikariza. Professor, kindly. Professor Desire is the National Coordinator of the Economic Empowerment and Youth Employment Program from Burundi. Karibu sana. Yes. Welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'll invite our third panelist, Ms. Shakila Mbaraka Mshana. Ms. Shakila Mbaraka Mshana. Oh yeah, she's coming over from the other side. She is a co-founder and the managing director of Tanzania Star Hub Africa. Karibu sana. Most welcome. Our fourth panelist is Dr. Obeid John Mahenya. Daktari karibu sana. Dr. Obeid John is the head of research and planning section at the National Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. It's called NACTIVATE. Karibu sana, Daktari. Yes. Our fifth panelist is Ms. Katuchi Kasandi. Ms. Kasandi, most welcome. Ms. Kasandi is the Director of Innovations Education Partnerships, RISE 360 Institute for Global Health Technologies. Karibu sana. And the last one is Ms. Farida Kiambati. Frida Kiambati. Madam Frida, most welcome. Madam Frida Oh, thank you. Madam Frida, most welcome. Madam Frida is the research manager, Education Sub-Saharan Africa, ESSA. Dear panelists, please feel most welcome. I want to inform the audience that 5 of them will speak in English, but 1 of them will speak in French. For those who do not understand French, I've forewarned you. You can learn a little French. Don't worry about learning. We shall get a translator for you. So our panelist, Desiree, will take the last questions in French. Thank you so much. Dear panelists, feel most welcome. As I already indicated, we'll request you to take questions in this subtheme of skills development and graduate employability, but with a leaning towards the area where you are, because the audience would just like to get the experience in that line where you have the expertise. If you'll allow me, I'll request again that you restrict your responses to kindly 5 minutes or under. I will, yes, it's okay. Yeah. Yes, it's okay. There's some water for you. If you need it. We are in a very relaxed environment and we just want to get the best out of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start with the lady. And I will start with Madam Natalia Munyampenda. Madam Natalia Munyampenda, as I've indicated in the introduction, she is the CEO of Kalpa, Rwanda. Madam Nyampenda, the audience would like to get your insights, your views, your ideas in ways of addressing barriers that are in the education system, particularly how to help trainers succeed after training into employment or job creation based on your experience. Most welcome. The mic, please. Her mic is not working.
Okay, it's on now.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's my first time in Tanzania, so embarrassingly, but I'm happy to be here to talk a little bit about what Kepler is doing in Rwanda. We also operate in Ethiopia and soon in other countries as well. So we operate a little bit like the top university from Turkey. I'm also a product of the cooperative education system. I was schooled in Canada, and which was one of the earlier University of Waterloo is a pioneer, particularly in the computer science field in cooperative education. And so we operate a similar program, but our bachelor degree is actually 3 years, not 4. And so I'm going to have to go back and think about 4 years, and the opportunity gives to students to do 3 cooperative education. So that's a very interesting idea. So I want to talk about skills development and employability in 3 quick points, and giving you practical ways in which we do it at Kepler. So Kepler was initially founded with a focus on students who come from poor backgrounds or vulnerable backgrounds. And the idea was to come up with a model that would allow students to achieve or attain a bachelor's degree in the shortest amount of time in a partnership with the US university. So basically, Kepler staff recruited the students, and we ran a very long, so a 12-month foundation program is what we called it. Because if you're coming for students who are vulnerable or poor, they're already coming from a lower academic standing, not always, but the students with a higher academic standard were already getting a full ride scholarship to the University of Rwanda, which is the public university in Rwanda. So if you were not a top student, top 1% student, where would you go if you could not afford to pay for school fees? So initially the idea was, can we, in partnership with a foreign university, come up with a program that would allow them to get a strong foundation within 12 months. So by foundation, I mean technology skills, English skills, and some introduction to business. And then they would take this online degree, and then we would focus really on making them employable using specialized modules and internships. So that was the original idea. And then at some point we realized we were pretty much running the entire program, and we said, particularly also the challenges that the US degree was US focused. So if it was healthcare, they were talking about US healthcare. So we wanted to challenge ourselves and say, can we run our own degrees with the same mindset? So a strong foundation, of course, a core technical degree, as well as integrating our employment modules into the program, so it ends up being a degree. And we launched in that iteration. We just launched in 2022 early. And so our first students are taking a project management degree. But the idea there is that we realized very early that we were going to be the employment-focused university. So here I want to talk about the question that was asked earlier. How do you change mindsets and structures and governance? For us, initially, from the get-go, from the foundation, our university is focused on making sure that every student is employed when they graduate or within 6 months. So we have a goal that 90% of our students must be working at 6 months. And so even if we enroll 1,000 students each year, the number for which our senior academic staff are
their performance is graded on the number of students who are working 6 months from graduation. And so that's how we measure our success as an institution. And so we have very high employment numbers. Granted, we are, in terms of numbers, we are not producing the same amount of students as public university. We are a private institution. And we have also created very quickly because I'm trying to be practical. We've learned a lot from the previous interventions, is we also have a governance structure so that the university is owned by a private foundation. So I run the foundation. We operate in the US and Canada, Rwanda and Ethiopia. And the foundation allows other programs to be piloted with the focus on improving employability. We literally run programs when we notice that there is a gap. We'll say, hey, why don't we try this shorter program and see if it works? If the market takes, that means young people, the private sector, if they like this, we will go to the Higher Education Council and see how we can integrate this into our degree programming. So the university, because of the restrictions around regulation, is not the one responsible for piloting innovative programs. And so that I want to bring that point of finding very creative ways in the structure and governance to be able to pilot employability programs. The final thing I want to talk about is we were challenged by, in Rwanda, the sense of working together in the ecosystem of the higher education ecosystem. And now one of these programs, this foundation program that I talked to you about that used to be 12 months, now it's 8 months. So students still take that foundation program. And we are doing everything from touch typing skills, right? Being able to type, which is something that the private sector told us was a huge problem. And so we took that 8-month program now and we've shrunk it into 6 weeks. And it's a program that we now offer with a TVET, a public TVET, the public TVET body in Rwanda at their 8 colleges. And so there we're taking graduates of technical diplomas and we're giving them 6 to 8 weeks training to make them competitive on the market so that they're employed. And here we're talking digital skills, professionalism, professional competencies as we call them. And that program has also been very successful in increasing the employability of these students or employment rates of the institution. Very quickly, just like Tob, we now have very strong relationships with the private sector because remember, we grade ourselves on the number of students working, not the number of students we enroll. And so we spent 10 years, we've been operating since 2004. We spent a good 10 years, the last 10 years, building those relationships with the private sector. And because of that, now we actually get more requests as well than we can service. So we get a lot of the private sector coming and saying, hey, can you give me, particularly for investors who are coming to operate everything from manufacturing to, when Microsoft gives out contracts, what they used to do in Kenya is also coming to Rwanda. So they will come and ask, hey, can you send us 100 CVs? And then they'll select a couple of 20 or 50 students to work in their customer service departments, etc. So we are seeing a lot of that feedback from the private sector. And I just want to end by saying when we build our degrees or our programs, we build it with the private sector. One of the things I want to just say as a comment on this gathering is that for us, we do not consider that the private sector can come and sit in a conference like this for 3 days and discuss, and then we take out a resolution at the end, and then they go away. They don't have the time for that. And so we work on the clock of the private sector. That means when we're building our project management degree, we brought in real case studies almost typed out, and we said, hey, can you give us an hour to review these case studies? We run a fully competency-based degrees. Can you look at this case study? Will it lead to this competency? Can you give us real case scenarios that you have currently that you're working on that are difficult? And we use that and integrated that into our degree. So we do not call the private sector in a meeting like this. We go and sit with them for an hour and we say, hey, how can we do this without disturbing you? Give us some of your scenarios And we will articulate that for the Higher Education Council. And the final point there is, it is very difficult to convince our regulator, the Higher Education Council, to accept new types of programming. And so it requires for you to find a way to get outcomes outside of just bringing them a degree to a credit. Because if you bring them a cooperative education degree, trust me, we've tried, and you say, hey, please accredit this, they're like, what is this? It's new, it's too long, students are not resting, because we also do not have rest periods. But if you run the program outside of the university structure and you bring them outcomes and you say, these are the outcomes for the students that are taking this 2-year program or 1-year program, we'd like to scale it up. I'm hopeful that we have reasonable regulators that will take that on, because at the end of the day, it is about outcomes.
Thank you, Natalie. Let's give her a clap, please. To get it right, you've got to go to the private sector. Don't wait for them to come to you. They will not come. They may not have that time. And do things that their problems so that they have an interest in what you're doing. Thank you, Natalie. Thanks again. I want to go to the second lady, Shakila Mbaraka Mshana. When I look at her, she looks very young to me, a fresh graduate, a recent graduate. But Shakila is a director. She's a director of Star Hub Africa. So she must have moved from school to work, and she's now heading that. Shakila, we would like you to share with this audience, as a young graduate, you know, as a person who's now developed a company, you are the director now. What are your perspectives of the, you know, the current way in which we are doing skills development, and how does it build graduate entrepreneurs that you've turned into? Kindly.
Thank you. So for me, how the process came about, it didn't come out of nowhere. I am a product of one of the centers for excellence, the Center for Excellence for ICT in East Africa, Senate at EA. And my entire experience and what I'm doing right now is purely based on what I experienced during my studies, during my master's degree at Nelson Mandela. So how I even met the company that I'm working with right now, Startup Africa, was through the activities, the extracurricular activities that I was doing as a student during my studies. So I went to a conference like this and I presented about something, and I met with a lot of companies that day, and one of them was Startup Africa. And we started conversations, I networked, we talked a lot. And then before I even graduated, I started creating programs with them, content with them, sharing my experience from the students' perspective of how I would have loved the programs, the training programs to be. And that's how the entire process was for me. So right now, even as I'm working with Startup Africa, our programs are purely based from the beneficiary's experience, which is the student. And we connect that now with the industries. So we work with companies and students at the same time, but it's not just signing MOUs or agreements. So the beneficiary, the student, has to work with somebody in the industry, in a company. And how we do this, we don't look at the managerial part of the company. We make sure that students are connected to the actual people who are doing the technical jobs in the industry, and they have conversations, they talk. How this program came about, how the program that we have right now with the university students, we are looking at innovative ways that we can do skills development that is market driven. We have to make sure that there is very good communication between the industries and the students. The students have the energy, they have the passion, they can create things. But if there is no connection with the industry, where the wisdom and the experience is, then there is a miscommunication. And that's how we end up with a circle of having graduates that can't be employed. So right now, even with the program that we're doing with almost 5 universities in Tanzania, what we do is we make sure each student individually has a specific role that they're playing in a certain industry. So our connections with this industry is very specific, very targeted, very intentional. And we connect them this way because we want them to gain the skills that they need, either to get employed or they can become job creators themselves. So I will say, from the perspective of a graduate, a student, a very recent student as well, the only way we can actually make sure that students develop their skills is when they're actually in schools, while they're still at universities. For me, this was the process that worked best. I gained a lot of the skills that I'm actually applying right now while I was still a student. If I had waited and graduated and then started seeking for these skills, it would have been hard for me. But the entire experience from my 2 years that I was at Nelson Mandela, the entire time I'm juggling my own studies, but at the same time, super focused and super pushing for anything else that is out there related to what I am super passionate about, which is actually providing support for innovation, entrepreneurship, and trainings. So while still at Nelson Mandela, I was making sure that this is the skill that I want to develop. This is the skill that I want to actually apply later. And I did that. So my advice would be that, to make sure that we actually start, we push for students to start while they're still at universities, and to understand what exactly they're passionate about, what they want to develop or become later. That way, they're already in line with what they will want to be or be later.
Thank you, Shakila. Let's give Shakila please. As trainers, let's learn to identify what our trainees need when they are still with us, and nurture them so that they exploit the opportunities and the potential that they have within them when we are still training them. The market will just see them and pick them even when they are still with us. Thanks so much, Shakila. In the culture where I come from, we say ladies first. So I will request Dr. Obed to allow me to skip him, and I will go to Ms. Katuchi Kasandi. Madam Kasandi, we would like your insights on the area of partnerships. Even when you are presenting your questions, you are very particular about partnerships and new technologies, new technologies developments. Are there new innovations? Are there any ways in which we can use innovations and training in skills development? Please, most welcome. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. You can hear me?
No. A mic. Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I can't even hear myself. So thank you so much. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be in this room and learn from the diverse experiences from every speaker that has been here this afternoon. From the perspective, I'll speak from the perspective of Rice University, and I'll look at this question in 2 dimensions. One, I'll focus on some of the skills development approaches that we use. And then the second one, if I'm able to, I'll touch a little bit on how we've connected this with partnerships with the private sector. So for our main model that we use at TRICE 360 to develop skills is called invention education model. For us, when we are speaking about invention education, we're talking about a model that enables both students and faculty to develop and devolve technology that will enable them to solve their local challenges. And we do this with the actual goal of fostering the local innovation capacity of the next generation of innovators. And as you are consistently hearing in my conversation, I'm talking a lot about innovators. And really for us, one of the places in which we've been able to find this generation, can you hear me? Yes, you can. One of the places in which we've been able to identify or find or interact with this new generation of innovators has been in universities. For the past 8 years, we've worked in universities across 4 countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. And really, in our work, we've started identifying what are some of those key elements that are needed for us to be able to institutionalize invention education within a university. And just to speak about these 4 elements, we have a design studio. So a design studio is typically a maker space that is equipped with tools and equipment to enable students and faculty to develop technology. Then a second piece of this model is curriculum reform. And for us, when we're talking about curriculum reform, we are thinking about what is it that we can do within the regulation that exists within a country. And for us, what that has looked like is changing the instructional method to make it more practical and more relevant to the current needs of the ecosystems in which you operate in. So within the curriculum reform, we do 3 main things. So one, we usually have faculty development workshops. The faculty development workshops, we identify champions within universities who typically are faculty, and then we expose them to professional development opportunities that enable them to learn a lot about active learning methodologies. To follow this up, we also give faculty seed grants. So the faculty seed grants are really supposed to enable faculty to be able to action these active learning methodologies within their instruction method to students. And then finally, we have faculty exchange programs. What is interesting about our faculty exchange programs, it's just not focused on Sub-Saharan Africa, but also to some of our partners in the global north. So Rice University, which is my employer, University of Chicago, and Duke University. And within this, we do not just send faculty from those universities to Sub-Saharan Africa, we also send faculty from Sub-Saharan Africa to spend time with students there so that there's that bi-directional exchange. Then we have a core part of the work, which is a local innovation, a supportive local innovation ecosystem. Traditionally, what this has looked like for us is consistently engaging with clinicians that we work with to identify what are some of those technological gaps that you're facing within the hospital setting. We then present these challenges to students and they are able to build potential solutions leveraging the design studio through platforms like design challenges, design competitions. I'm sure some of you have actually had probably the opportunity to go to the Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology stand at the exhibition to see some of the prototypes that are presenting. I think they have what is it called? They have a CPR training kit for medical students, which was developed by students at the design studio here in Tanzania. They also have they have the lights for treating kids with jaundice, which was also developed here. So really for us on the partnership piece, as I wind up, is that all these elements we have learned from just working with higher education partners, which is students and faculty. Now what we've evolved to, and that's the reason why I came on board. I come from private sector. I've been working in private sector my entire life. I was hired to come on board and work with the university partners to actually start identifying what are the key ways in which we could involve industry in defining our priorities for the work in Kenya as we expand in Kenya, and in implementing the work in Kenya. And I think what has been really key that I've actually probably not had people speak about today, for us, the first step has been to define what does industry or what does private sector look like for us. And we've leveraged innovation ecosystem frameworks to define who are the different partners in the innovation ecosystem that we want to engage. And we've worked with these partners to help us define the priorities of the work in Kenya. Because we do not have any time, I'm happy to engage further to just share some of the insights that we are learning from this process. Thank you. And
yes, Madam Gatucci is very passionate about partnerships, you know. Everything you do, you must partner so that we are working together. We want to appreciate you for that. And I request that you find time. Partnership is a challenge for a number of our institutions, a number of our systems. I request that you find time. I will ask all of them for their contacts so that we share with them at more personal level. I'm sure we'll get much more. Because of time, allow me to go to the last lady in the house. Frida, this might look repetitive because of what she has talked about, but it may not be. You know, in whatever we do, we must assure quality. Even in the partnerships we do, whatever we train in, we should assure that we have quality. So, and you had a professor talk about most professors have a lot of knowledge, but they may not have a practice. We wanted to get your insight based on your background, you know, the role of faculty in a training system. You know, how critical is it to get the right faculty? And could you share with this audience your experience and your perceptions and perspectives on how the faculty contributes to skills development? Please.
Thank
5
you.
minutes, kindly.
Thank you, Professor, and welcome all to getting to hear our experience. I work for Education Sub-Saharan Africa, that is ESA, as the research manager East Africa. So I'll start with the creating a context to the question of Professor. Initially, the universities focused on access because we felt there are no students enrolling into various disciplines at the university level. And that scaled up until at a level where we have more students in the universities, but less faculty to address their needs. And therefore, that created a challenge such that we have a lot of students enrolled, but we have a gap in terms of the faculty. There isn't a commensurate increase in the number of lecturers, professors who are taking care of this increasing number of students. And therefore, that is where quality comes in. And in ESA, we have partnered and we have worked collaboratively with various organizations. One of them is the Inter-University Council for East Africa and Kepler over there. So in one of the researches, especially I'll talk about the findings of that are based in East Africa related to faculty and how then the skills gap can be solved. So from evidence, because we are a research-based organization and therefore evidence is our key focus, we search for evidence and therefore that leads to solution-focused, evidence-focused solutions. Skills. In our previous study, we have skills as a gap. And when the previous speakers, especially those who came earlier, Zaki talked about a skill gap. In our employability report also, we identified the same as the skills gap in the employability area. So where is the link? We focused more on enrollment, and therefore it is time for us to do what we call a paradigm shift, so that right now we focus on faculty. For us to have, why do we need to focus on faculty? For us to have quality students who have the requisite skills that are needed in the market then we need to have adequate faculty that are well skilled, so that they are, and also in terms of the ratio, the student faculty ratio needs to be in agreement with the policy standards that are set in our different countries in the East Africa. Therefore, once that is done, then we are able to reach or to bridge the gap between the skills that are needed in the sector, in the industry, and the skills that are given from the universities. Thank you very much, Professor. In case you'd like to engage with us further, we have all these reports in our website, and they are especially the demographics of African faculty in the East Africa, where we have even projected some faculty requirements. What is it that we need to have in terms of the numbers for East Africa, for each country in East Africa in the next 20 years? Those projections are already given in our report that will be out soon. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Madam Kiambati. When we'll share that, let's give her also applause, please. I always just ask people that, can you teach me how to drive if yourself you can't drive? Can you teach me how to drive a car? A simple thing. If yourself you can't drive. Professor, we can have the answers after this presentation. Allow me to go to our second last presenter, Dr. Obeid John Mahenya. Dr. Obeid John Mahenya comes from I would say a regulatory system. He is with NACTIVATE, a commission level. You know, that level is, you deal with quite a number of institutions, a number of issues. And it would be good, Dr. to give us your views in skills development from that national, that commission point of view. Please.
Yeah.
Check. Okay. Thank you, moderator. Well, my name is Obeid Mahenya. I work for NACTIVATE. NACTIVATE stands for National Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. Most of my experience and the ideas come from where I work, the NACTIVATE. Therefore, I will try to mention some of the key functions that NACTIVATE does. Among of the main one is that it registers the TVET institutions. And when we register, we partner. That's in whatever we are doing, we partner. So if we want to register a certain TVET institution, we invite experts from private sector or public sector. We work together and we register the TVET institution. We also approve curricula that is submitted by TVET institution. We accredit TVET institution. And let me put some little emphasis on when we approve curricula, we also work with the private sector and the public to ensure that this curricula respond to the needs of the labor market, nationally and internationally. Now, during the implementation of all these functional activities that we do, we have realized that most of the challenges, or of course, the model is the same as maybe Professor Eugene has said from the Turkey a little bit. We differ in a few areas. Also, Mbena talked about how we can scale up the scale in the same. So, the most challenges is in the curriculum is during the implementation, is where then we find that most of our students do not get maybe enough time to spend in the industry. The supervisor do not maybe supervise well and give the required skill and so forth and so forth. So to add value on that, NACTIVATE have come with several initiatives, and I will mention some of these, like 4 or 5, and then I'll conclude. I'll stop over there. One of that, we also conduct a TVET forum like this, whereby we discuss a number of challenges, opportunities for skill development and so forth. And for each year, for this year, we plan to do it in Arusha, which is scheduled on 16th to 17th May. The second activity also we do, of course, partnering with the ATE, Association of Tanzania of Employers, is exhibitions. We call skill fair exhibition, whereby the TVET institutions showcase products and services that they offer, program and so forth. And therefore, when we conduct this, different stakeholders come and see what TVET institutions are providing or offering the several courses. So secondly, I think we also have, we call employer night or gala dinner, whereby we recognize the efforts of employers towards skill development. And this activity is done each year. For example, this year we did it, it was 24th February, whereby the Prime Minister was the guest of honor, and we gave trophies to best employers who supported students in terms of internship, apprenticeship, and during the field practicals. The last 2 activities that we do to add value on this skill development strategy is now we are planning to accredit the skills internationally, international accreditation of skills, so that our students could be employable locally and internationally. And to do this, we are working with, now we have started with one engineering company or board, which is based in UK. And as for now, we are developing a guideline that our TVET institution will be following until their students are being accredited in terms of skills. And the last is that now we are also working on TVET inclusivity. We have realized that there are some marginalized societies in marginal areas. They don't get skills so that they can be employed or self-employed. So we are focusing in the areas of southern Tanzania, Lindi, Mtwara, and the other areas. And this activity we are going to start come this April. So all these efforts is that we are planning to, or we are trying to achieve in order to foster the skill development in Tanzania. So may I end up there, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Very practical and well thought out plan on what they are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a better clap, please. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we want to invite Professor Desire Manirakiza. I hope I pronounced it well. Yeah. He is the National Coordinator of the Economic Empowerment and Youth Employment Program. 2 very strong words, from the Republic of Burundi. But because of the challenges, we said, I need assistance. I cannot speak French. So I'm going to request Professor Ndabarushimana Alexis to come and help us. So, Professor, the question that we want you to pose to Professor Desire is this. Professor, based on your background as the National Coordinator for Economic Empowerment and Youth Employment Program, kindly share with us your views in skills development for economic and youth employment and youth empowerment. Youth employment and youth empowerment. Please.
Professeur Désiré, en tant que coordonnateur de projet de renforcement des capacités économiques des jeunes burundais, la question que nous voudrions te poser ici est de savoir comment se situe le niveau de connaissance par rapport à vos actions, en rapport avec le renforcement des capacités économiques de la jeunesse burundaise.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to apologize for us, for some of you who do not understand French, because I'm not able to do fluently my presentation in French. Revenons donc à ce sujet. Quel est le niveau de connaissance par rapport à l'employabilité des jeunes? Et déjà, pour répondre à votre question, je dois vous restituer les mécanismes ou alors les circonstances dans lesquelles le programme dont je suis le coordonnateur est né. 3 conditions ou 3 éléments ont en réalité donné naissance au programme d'autonomisation économique et d'emploi des jeunes. Premièrement,
Monsieur Désiré, est-ce que vous pouvez me donner l'occasion de traduire progressivement?
OK. Donc, 3 éléments ont donné lieu au paillage. Premièrement, c'est que les jeunes sont très nombreux au Burundi.
First of all, to answer to that question, I have to talk about the 3 mechanisms that through which we are handling our mission in terms of capacity building, in terms of capacity building of Burundian youth Burundians.
Oui, c'est mieux.
So I'm going to translate to help you. Can I help you? So he was saying he wants to provide the context for the birth of the organization that he coordinates. And he wanted to provide 3 contextual reasons why that organization was created. And the first was the increasing number of young people, that there's a vast number of young people in Burundi.
Yeah. Le deuxième élément, c'est que les jeunes sont en grande partie frappés par un chômage 3 fois supérieur à celui qui touche les autres catégories sociales.
And he was saying that the second reason is that young people in Burundi are 3 times more likely to be unemployed than other groups in Burundi.
Et troisièmement, c'est que, et c'est la conséquence, c'est que les universités, que ce soit au Burundi ou dans d'autres pays en Afrique, continuent à former les jeunes d'aujourd'hui au métier d'hier.
And the third reason is currently the system is training young people in the jobs and the training of yesterday.
Parce que de façon générale, les universités, les sociétés ont changé, mais les méthodes d'enseignement dans les universités n'ont pas changé.
In general, society has advanced, is evolving, but the methods in which we teach and what we're teaching has not evolved at the university in Burundi.
Et donc, du coup, il était question de mettre en place un programme de renforcement des capacités, mais également de financement des initiatives des jeunes.
That's why they created a capacity building program for young people, but also an organization that funds these ideas and innovations by young people.
Donc concrètement, le programme s'articule autour de 3 volets. Il y a le volet renforcement des capacités, formation et renforcement des capacités.
So the program has 3 pillars. The first is training and capacity building.
Alors, ce volet vise en réalité à combler le vide laissé ou alors laissé par le système universitaire qui donne fondamentalement des formations théoriques.
And so that first program is trying to fill a gap of the very theoretical training that young people are getting at university that's not relevant for the market.
Et qui généralement donne une formation qui n'a pas de lien avec les besoins de la société.
Which in general gives students theoretical studies around things that have no link with society.
Un exemple concret, toutes les écoles au Burundi, peut-être comme ailleurs, utilisent la craie. Mais il n'existe pas une école où on apprend aux jeunes ou aux enfants à fabriquer la craie, alors que c'est un instrument qu'on utilise beaucoup dans la vie courante au niveau des écoles.
Just a quick example, all schools in Burundi are using chalk to teach, but there's no school that teaches young people how to create or chalk.
Donc, le paillage forme les jeunes dans la fabrication des craies, Et en plus, le PAEJ donne des financements pour mettre en place des unités de production de craie aux jeunes qui ont reçu les formations.
And so our program not only teaches students how to create chalk, but finances students who are interested in
Donc ça, c'est un exemple.
in that business.
Voilà, ça c'est un exemple que je donne tout simplement dans l'articulation entre le premier volet qui est la formation et le renforcement des capacités et le deuxième volet qui est l'entrepreneuriat. L'entrepreneuriat, c'est en réalité, c'est un département qui permet de financer toutes les initiatives des jeunes diplômés du Burundi.
And so this is the link with the second pillar, which is entrepreneurship. And this pillar focuses on financing the ideas and innovations of young people in Burundi.
Donc, le troisième volet ici, c'est le volet qu'on appelle insertion socio-professionnelle et qui nous permet d'être en connexion directe avec le monde privé parce que le PAEJ fournit des stagiaires de premier emploi aux industries, aux entreprises burundaises et ceci leur permet à ces entreprises d'assurer leur responsabilité sociale et aux jeunes d'acquérir de la compétence qu'ils peuvent facilement vendre lorsqu'ils doivent chercher de l'emploi.
The third pillar focuses on cooperative education that's run at a national level and provides some incentives to employers to be able to support these young people and allows these young people to gain some experience through these internships.
Donc, globalement, c'est ce que je pourrais dire concernant le point de vue de l'existence ou alors les connaissances, le niveau de connaissances allié avec l'employabilité des jeunes vu du programme d'autonomisation économique et d'emploi des jeunes. Merci.
That's just a summary of what we are doing within the program to address this issue of employability in Burundi.
Thank you. Let's give Professor De Spirit, thanks so much, and for the translation. Also, we want to say, Madam Nathalie, thanks so much. Professor Alexis, thanks so much for your support. Thank you. We appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the views of our panelists from different backgrounds. I am sure you'll have time with them in the remaining days to share more on what you have picked and what you'd want to advance with. I'm advised by the program coordinators that we are running out of time and we might run into a hitch with our next program. So I will only allow a maximum of 3 burning questions. We are at 5 p.m. 3 burning questions. I have one here, second one from there. I am lucky, I only have 2. So may I have the 2 questions? Kindly tell us who you are and the panelists you want to direct the question to. Yeah, yes. All right. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is a cross-cutting observation and for which maybe any one of them can actually respond to. There is a general opinion that is always thrown out in meetings and about a general statement which says that really one of the reasons why there is very high unemployment of university graduates. The main reason is that we are churning out students or graduates who are not matching the job market. Now, we forget, Mr. Moderator and the panelists, that the rate at which we are actually producing graduates does not match the absorption capacity of our economies and our job setup. Now, this is a critical point. I would like to hear from any one of the panelists. How do we match? Because you see, what the states want and what the industry wants and the curricula we are delivering for over the years, the mismatch is being overburdened on the institutions. And yet, even if, and I'll give you a scenario, only one scenario, sir, you will be shocked to know that institutions that are producing medical doctors who are properly trained, they've done internships, they've been registered, but they are not employable. They are not employed. They are employable, but they are not employed. So how do we answer this particular gap question? Thank you.
Thank you. I want the panelists to reflect on themselves. We shall only pick one person who feels is the most, who would answer that question in the best way. But we want to take the second question because we are not having another round. I saw a hand up there. Yes. Have you pulled it down? Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Abraham Rutich from KCA University in Nairobi. Mine is not a question, but a comment. At KCA University, we have started to roll out challenge-based learning. Actually, on Monday this week, we are doing a dissemination workshop to institutionalize challenge-based learning. We got a grant from Legon University, and we were able to do a pilot last year. And so we have discovered, that when students are given these challenges as part of a class assignment, then there's a very high chance of them getting more skills. The reason for this is that lecturers have been caught napping in the work of advances in technology. For example, nowadays, when you give an assignment, students can actually copy everything from the internet, and even there are softwares to help them hide plagiarism. So at KCA, we decided let's now go for challenge-based learning, because that's where you get real industry problems. Students now get real industry problems that they can work on.
Yes.
So like this particular challenge pilot we did, we got two organizations who gave an industry problem that they were facing, and the students in MSc Data Analytics, where the pilot was done, they were able to model data and do it and solve that problem as part of a class assignment. Therefore, we discovered that that is one of the best ways to improve the employability of graduates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment. Panelists, to be fair to everyone, we have only one question. He has just added to it the need for industry training to be able to give the graduates the right skills for that industry. He has gone very specific. What Professor said was, I train a civil engineer, right? The civil engineer has the knowledge of civil engineering and practice in civil engineering. He may not have knowledge specific to your specific industry. I give you that civil engineer, you say he is not properly trained. I cannot train specifically for your company or your industry, but I train for that profession. I want to give you this as a parting shot, each one of you, your parting shot, 1 minute each. How do we handle that? And I will start from the far end, coming to this as we close. Parting shot, 1 minute, please, not more than a minute, kindly.
Okay, so it's a chicken and egg kind of thing. And I want to say 3 quick things. The first is on the question of absorption capacity. I think, we've done research on this, and previously I was in a think tank and I did a lot of research on this. I think here, when we speak to employers, we survey employers every year related to our own graduates. And in Rwanda, we just heard one of the national dialogue happened, and employers and education institutions and the government was there. And one of the largest employers stood up and said, even when I have an interview for basic secretary or basic communications person, they are unable to do basics of that profession. So there is the top layer is that even the students that are going through all the process and getting to the final stage are unable to do the job for which they are interviewing. And so here, that question is towards us who are higher education or educators to say, how can we quickly update our curriculum when we have a regulator that also takes 2 years to accredit. So the whole entire structure is built in a way that does not allow quick updates to the curriculum. So that is the first question. The second one is...
Thank you. Kindly allow me to stop it at that. I will request a professor to give his response in French and you translate for us his response in English, please.
Voilà. Comment est-ce que la question de l'acquisition de compétences peut se résoudre à travers la création d'entreprises? De façon générale, comme je l'ai dit, aujourd'hui encore, on continue de former les jeunes d'aujourd'hui pour les métiers d'hier. En fait, les jeunes que nous avons aujourd'hui sont des jeunes qui comprennent la société d'aujourd'hui, mais l'université, elle ne comprend pas la société d'aujourd'hui. Elle continue toujours à fonctionner dans l'ancienne société. Ce qu'au Burundi, nous avons fait, c'est la mise en place des centres de perfectionnement rapide qui permet aux jeunes qui ont été formés dans l'ancien système de pouvoir aller se perfectionner dans ces écoles qu'on appelle les écoles entreprises, et cela leur permet en réalité de produire tout en apprenant.
Thank you.
So he took the angle of basically training students for entrepreneurship to create jobs. And he said that young people are actually much faster at understanding how the world is evolving. They understand trends much better than universities. And so in Burundi, they've created upskilling programs through entrepreneurship schools that allow students to get upskilling towards entrepreneurship.
Thank you. What's the same? Yes. Yes, madam, please. Same question.
Yeah, okay. So the easiest response would have been us having flexible and adaptable curriculums, but we can't.
Thank you.
So what follows here? If we have private organizations that are providing support to universities, then the programs that are actually being implemented in universities have a lot more room to do a lot more good and impactful things because they are not restricted by the curriculum. With that means these programs have to be part also, as much as they're not part of the curriculum, but they have to be part of the daily or general schedule of the students. And they have to be implemented while having in mind the updated demands of the market. That works perfectly. We are currently piloting it at the University of Dar es Salaam.
Thank you so much. We'll take the next one, please. Yes.
Thank you. The question is employable, not employable. It's a bit tricky, but I could say in skill development, we all know that there are many players are involved. But to cut the story, is that if a graduate is not employable, and the aim of training is either to be employed or self-employed. So there could be other things, attitude, issue of critical thinking, and so many. In principle, the curriculum, the up-to-date, everything is fine. But the end, then it is a challenging. All of us, we are in, the parents and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. So you are saying is, you know, the others were like it's curriculum. You are saying that it might not necessarily be curriculum. If anything, the same curriculum could be used by a succeeding, you know. Thank you. Next, please. Yeah, next.
Thank you so much. For me, I would say that our program seeks to do three things. So it's either to prepare you to be employed or to provide you with skill sets to create your own employment or to provide you with skill sets to access global, highly competitive sort of education that would give you opportunities in other countries outside of where you're located. Then for the second thing around how do you ensure alignment between the what industry wants and what's being offered, I would say for us, what we have done is that luckily we are in a university, but we are not governed by the structure of the university. So we have short-term trainings where we work with industry to define the competencies, especially related to engineering courses that they need for their graduates and offer those within the design studio. And you also have the opportunity to constantly update these because again, we are nimble, we are not within the university structure, but we work close enough with the university to ensure that the there's credibility in the programming that we deliver.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Good program.
Thank you very much. I would say that let us address the faculty challenge so that we have no students that are overcrowded in our classes so that they are all able to get the correct skills. Number two, I would also say that let us include other skills, introduce career services in our curriculum. For instance, include courses like services like intellectual skills, such as critical thinking and problem solving, other skills, so that we have a student who is fit for the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Kindly let us give all the panelists a round of applause, please. And with that, I want to say thank you so much to the panelists. Sorry, I know I rushed you, but it's because of a tight program. We still have some time. We shall engage you. Kindly find time to also engage with us. We appreciate you and thank you so much for attending this. You may now take your seats. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante. And with those remarks, I also beg to leave. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Can we clap for our chair of the session? I think he has been fantastic, and he has done a very commendable job. He has set the pace for the subsequent discussions that we'll have tomorrow and also. Can we also clap for all our panelists for having also done a very good job here? Ladies and gentlemen, I have two announcements to make. We have gala dinner tonight. All of you are invited. And the gala dinner will be at 4 Point by Sheraton, just a walk away from here. And it will start at 7 o'clock, East Africa time. So please, all of us are invited for this gala dinner. We have enough drinks and we have enough eats. So we don't want you to go to waste. So please come. But don't come with a friend, Come. The second announcement is that tomorrow we are beginning here right at 8:30 with registration. Tomorrow we have 3 exciting sessions. I will just give you the thematic areas in which these sessions will be presented. We have a sub-theme that will be on academia, industry, partnership, experiences, and practices. That's a very exciting one. So we want to hear from the industry themselves, from also some of these universities, how they have been collaborating in this partnership of academia industry. What are their experiences like? And what experiences do they bring to the table? We shall also have, after health break, a presentation on innovation, commercialization, and technology transfer practices. I repeat, innovation, commercialization, and technology transfer practices. We now want the universities to take their innovations to a higher level. How do you commercialize your innovation and things of that nature? Again, we have a lot of an exciting presentation there, and we have panelists who will be able to give us their reflections. And then we shall have after lunch, and the last session for the day of tomorrow will be on nurturing youth talent and crystallizing digital skills. Nurturing youth talent and crystallizing digital skills. It seems like this youth talent is within the digital era. So again, this is going to be an exciting presentation. We have a keynote presenter. We have a panel presentation on that. Then we shall have panelists who will also be able to present and give us reflections, and as far as that is concerned. And then later on, we shall conclude the day by having an online presentation. Once again, I want to thank you so much. The day has been relatively heavy, as you can see, but usually that is what comes along when you're starting off on the first day. We look forward to a very entertaining day tomorrow. And I want to thank you all so much for being a very good audience. And I wish you a very good evening and God bless you all. Thank you.